They called them the Wolfpacks, and for a time they ruled the Atlantic, beneath the grey, endless waves, hundreds of feet below the reach of light. Germany's U-boats hunted in silence. The ocean became their domain, the convoy lanes their feeding ground. Between 1939 and 1943, they waged a war unlike any the world had ever seen. A war fought not by fleets clashing in daylight, but by shadows moving in the night. These were not ships in formation, but predators in concert. Steel wolves commanded by young men with steady nerves and iron hearts. They prowled the Atlantic in coordinated attacks, so precise and ruthless that even the might of the Allied navies struggled to keep pace. This is the story of the U-boat Wolfpacks, the silent killers of the sea, whose reign of terror nearly starved a continent and reshaped the very nature of naval warfare. When the war began in 1939, few believed submarines could decide the fate of nations. Yet Admiral Karl Dönitz, a visionary within the Kriegsmarine, understood the ocean as no one else did. To him, the Atlantic was not a barrier, it was a weapon. He envisioned a fleet of submarines operating not as lone hunters, but as coordinated packs, guided by radio intelligence and precision timing. When a single U-boat sighted a convoy, it would shadow from the edge of the horizon, reporting back to command. Within hours others would converge, 6, 8, sometimes a dozen, surfacing at night to attack in unison. Merchant ships, once isolated and unguarded, suddenly found themselves surrounded by invisible predators. Torpedoes sliced through the water like silent lightning. Explosions lit the sky. The convoys broke apart in chaos as the wolves fed. The early years were devastating. Britain, dependent on the Atlantic lifeline for food, oil, and weapons, faced a crisis unlike any in its history. Ships burned in sight of their own shores. Lifeboats drifted through icy swells, their survivors clinging to wreckage. As the dark shapes of U-boats slipped away beneath them, the Wolfpacks struck with calculated rhythm, vanishing before dawn, resurfacing miles away, ready to strike again. The sailors who fought them called it the Black Pit, that stretch of ocean beyond the range of air cover, where no help could come, where death waited just beneath the waves. To those who crossed it, the sea was alive, not with fish or whales, but with steel hunters watching from below. Life aboard a U-boat was a world unto itself, cramped, airless, and suffocating. The men lived shoulder to shoulder in darkness, surrounded by the groan of steel and the stench of diesel. Fresh air was a luxury, sleep came in fragments. When depth charges fell, the hull would twist and scream like a living thing, bolts shaking loose as explosions thundered above. Yet despite the claustrophobia, the men of the Wolfpacks were fiercely loyal to one another and to their commander. Dönitz called them his grey wolves, and they embraced the name with pride. Each patrol was a gamble with death, each return to port a miracle. For many there would be no return at all. By the war's end, nearly 30,000 of them, 3 out of every 4, would vanish beneath the Atlantic forever. For the Allies, defeating the Wolfpacks became a matter of survival. Convoy escorts, destroyers, corvettes, and frigates fought an invisible enemy using sonar, radar, and raw instinct. Scientists and codebreakers worked tirelessly at Bletchley Park to decipher the Enigma signals that coordinated the U-boat's deadly choreography. Each message cracked meant lives saved. Each delay meant ships lost. Air power slowly closed the Atlantic gap, while new weapons like the Hedgehog mortar and long-range radar turned the tide. By mid-1943, the hunters had become the hunted. Depth charges rolled from the decks of escort ships like thunder over water, the U-boats that had once ruled the sea now died in silence, their crews entombed forever in the cold dark below. Yet even in defeat, the Wolfpacks left a legacy that changed naval warfare forever. They had proven the power of coordination, the terror of stealth, and the fragility of global supply lines. They forced nations to innovate, to link science, code, and courage in the defense of freedom. Their story is not merely one of destruction, but of evolution, the relentless adaptation of man and machine in the most hostile environment on Earth. The ocean, once thought too vast to control, became a chessboard of survival, where each move could mean the difference between life and death. Tonight we dive beneath those waves once more, to the midnight hunts, the whispers of sonar, the silent cathedrals of steel lying on the ocean floor. This is not just the story of submarines and convoys, it is the story of endurance, ingenuity, and the thin, haunting line between hunter and hunted. This is the entire history of the U-boat Wolfpacks, the Atlantic's silent killers. Before we begin, tell me, where in the world are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you tonight? The wind pressed low over the Atlantic, curling waves into long rolling sighs of steel-grey foam. Far beneath those restless crests, the world was quiet, a suspended silence where even light seemed to hesitate. Above, a German trawler drifted along the North Sea, its engines coughing against the cold. On its deck, two men worked in silence, their breath rising like smoke as they checked the rusted shell of a small diving vessel, a relic from the Great War. "She still holds pressure," one muttered, pressing a gloved hand against the steel. It wasn't a submarine, not yet, but it was a whisper of what could return. Germany, bound by treaty and memory, wasn't supposed to dream of such machines again. Yet, in the minds of the men who remembered the U-boats of 1917, the dream was never gone. Each ripple across the grey water seemed to echo with what had once been, and what might rise again. Beneath the hush of waves, the ocean waited, patient as iron. In the aftermath of Versailles, the German Navy, stripped, humiliated, reduced to coastguards and training ships, became a shadow of its former self. The U-boat arm, once feared from the Irish Sea to Cape Hatteras, was officially dead. Yet even in its ruin, it left behind an idea that an invisible fleet could bring empires to their knees. Former officers like Karl Donitz, then a quiet instructor at a training school in Kiel, studied old patrol logs under flickering lamplight. He traced routes across the Atlantic that had once belonged to ghosts. Around him, the younger sailors listened in silence, as if to stories too dangerous to repeat aloud. "They thought we were beaten," he would later write, "but in the silence of our harbors, we listened to the sea and waited." What they didn't yet know was that these quiet studies, these forbidden lessons, would one day give birth to a doctrine that would change the ocean itself. The tide was turning long before a single submarine was built. In shipyards along the Baltic coast, the clang of hammers returned under false names and foreign contracts. Engineers from the defunct Reichsmarine found work with civilian research firms, many of them secretly funded through Dutch and Swedish fronts. Blueprints for new vessels were labeled as oceanographic craft, their hulls drawn just slightly too long, their ballast tanks just slightly too deep. At night, men like Hans Teschel, a naval architect from Bremen, stayed after hours, redrafting control panels, refining dive planes, testing periscope seals in makeshift tanks. Each adjustment, each stolen hour, was an act of quiet rebellion. The Allies had forbidden submarines. Germany built them in pieces, scattered across Europe like a mechanical secret. The work was slow, hidden under layers of paperwork and pretense. But as steel bent to design, an old hunger stirred. No one imagined that these silent experiments would one day forge the deadliest predators the Atlantic had ever known. Meanwhile, the ocean itself seemed unchanged. Endless, indifferent, eternal, merchant ships crossed it daily, carrying coal, grain, oil, and hope across the trade arteries of peace. To most, it was simply a highway of commerce. To a few, it remained a graveyard of the past. In small taverns of Hamburg and Wilhelmshaven, old U-boat men gathered, drinking dark beer and remembering the patrols that never returned. They spoke in half sentences as if the sea might overhear. 30 men went down off Ireland, one would say, tapping his glass. No grave but salt. To these veterans the ocean was not conquered, only paused. The young men listening at nearby tables could not remember the hunger blockade, the steel coffins, or the smell of oil and fear, but they could feel it. The pull of something vast, unfinished, waiting below. The calm before history's return. The grey Atlantic never forgets. In Berlin the new government promised revival, not just of industry, but of pride. When Adolf Hitler rose to power in 1933, the ocean once again became a matter of state. The Kriegsmarine, born from the ashes of the old imperial fleet, began to test the limits of the Versailles restrictions. Publicly, they built torpedo boats, training vessels, and research submarines for coastal defense. Privately, they built the foundations of a new underwater force. Dönitz, promoted quietly to lead the U-boat division, began shaping a new doctrine, one based not on lone hunters, but on coordinated packs. One wolf is strong, he wrote, but a pack can devour a convoy. What they didn't yet know was that this doctrine, conceived in secrecy, would soon turn the Atlantic into a battlefield without borders. The hum of rearmament was no longer a whisper. It was the low, rising breath of an empire preparing for war. By 1936, the shipyards at Kiel, Bremen, and Hamburg glowed at night. Sparks showered from welding torches as the first new submarines took form. Type Tis, small and fast, meant for training and coastal patrols. Men worked in silence, aware that every rivet carried risk. Allied observers visited occasionally, counting hulls, measuring compliance, satisfied that the treaty still held. But beneath the scaffolds, in unmarked warehouses, engineers were already planning something larger. The Type 7, a craft designed not to patrol, but to prowl. Its twin diesel engines could push it to 17 knots on the surface, and its 533 mm torpedo tubes promised precision death. We built it like a weapon disguised as a promise, one designer recalled. Each launch was celebrated with muted applause, each dive test a step deeper into defiance. And though no one said it aloud, every man in those yards knew the Atlantic would soon know their names again. Beyond the docks, the rhythm of Germany quickened. Propaganda films spoke of maritime destiny, of national rebirth through steel and salt water. Children learned songs about sailors and submarines. In classrooms, maps of Europe were redrawn with expanding borders in shipyards. New hulls were welded under the hum of secrecy. Dönitz, ever calculating, tested new communication codes, imagining entire packs of submarines coordinating across thousands of miles. "We will make the sea our hunting ground," he said softly during a briefing in Wilhelmshaven, "and the enemy will never know where the wolves gather." The officers listening understood the poetry, but not yet the prophecy. What they didn't yet know was that within a few short years, these plans would carve invisible scars across the Atlantic. a theatre where men fought not for land or flag but for silence itself. The machinery of destiny was already turning beneath the waves. The Atlantic breathed quietly that winter, its horizon shrouded in silver mist. Ships moved slowly through its lanes, unaware of what waited beyond time and tide. In the coastal harbours of northern Germany, engineers finished polishing the periscopes of the first operational U-boats. Each reflection captured a fragment of the grey sky, the same colour as the water, the same colour as fate. A gull circled above, its cry swallowed by the wind, as if the ocean itself were holding its breath. Inside the narrow steel hulls, crews checked gauges, listened to the hum of engines, and waited for orders that had not yet come. For now the world was still at peace, and the sea remained only a sea. But deep beneath its calm surface, history was stirring, slow, cold, and certain. In the silence between storms, steel and salt conspired. Flames rained in gentle arcs from welding torches, showering orange light across the shipyard at Kiel. Sparks drifted through the night air, like fireflies over steel skeletons, taking shape beneath tarpaulin covers. Men moved in near silence, their faces hidden behind masks, their hammers muffled by the roar of distant furnaces. Each clang was timed with the crash of waves against the seawall, as if the ocean itself kept rhythm with the forges of rearmament. Along the pier, a thin mist blurred the outlines of half-finished hulls, giving them the look of ghosts rising from the deep. An officer in a long grey coat, Korvettenkapitän Ernst Hoffmann, paused beside one of them, noting displacement, ballast ratios, fuel capacity. On his clipboard, the word research vessel appeared in neat ink. The lie everyone agreed to repeat. A dog barked in the distance, breaking the spell, and the torches flickered off, one by one. Seal the sheds, Hoffmann ordered softly. No light for the inspectors. Beneath that command, another truth pulsed. Germany was building a navy that did not officially exist. Across the Reich, the illusion of compliance thrived. Officially, Germany possessed only a few dozen small coastal craft. Unofficially, blueprints for the Type 7 and Type 9 submarines were already complete. Donitz, newly appointed to lead the Unterseebootswaffe, kept his office dim, its windows shuttered even in daylight. On his desk lay a single compass, a map of the North Atlantic, and the naval diary of 1917, a year of glory and starvation. He understood better than anyone that the future war would be a battle of attrition, measured not in ships but in tonnage. In the factories of Bremen and Hamburg, he authorized training hulls, each built with hidden fittings for torpedo tubes. Workers signed secrecy oaths written in neutral ink that dissolved when touched by water. They joked quietly that their pay slips were more secret than their designs. What they didn't yet know was that these contracts, disguised under civilian codes, would one day fund the most dangerous arm of Hitler's war machine. In the dark corners of industry, a fleet without a flag was already being born. Beneath the Baltic ice, the first prototype slipped into the water in early 1935. The sea accepted it without protest, a grey hull against a greyer horizon. Its engines, twin six-cylinder diesels built by man, rumbled like a heartbeat through the hull plates. Donitz stood on the pier with gloved hands clasped behind his back, his breath ghosting in the frigid air. "She dives clean," Hoffmann reported, scanning gauges that trembled under pressure. At 30 meters the vessel leveled, her ballast steady, her steel skin groaning softly. For the men aboard it felt like descending into secrecy itself. "If they find out," one engineer whispered, "it won't just be the boat that sinks." But no one found out. The dive logs were burned the same night, and the sailors sworn to silence, What they didn't yet know was that this quiet test would mark the first true heartbeat of the Kriegsmarine's resurrection. While Germany built in shadows, Britain and France watched with weary confidence. Intelligence reports spoke of shipbuilding surges, but diplomats dismissed them as bluffs, harmless maritime modernization. In London, Admiralty officers still measured power by dreadnoughts, not submarines. One British analyst, Commander Wilcox, scribbled in the margin of a report, "Germany lacks the capacity for a sustained underwater campaign." It was true on paper. It was deadly wrong in practice. In Berlin, Rear Admiral Raeder pushed the new naval treaties through, smiling for photographers beside the British delegation. "Parity at sea ensures peace," he said aloud, while Dönitz stood quietly in the crowd, expression unreadable. Beneath those formal smiles, the Reich had already doubled its U-boat production quotas. The Allies saw shipyards. They did not see the hidden slips behind them, where night shift welders worked without insignia or records. What they didn't yet know was that diplomacy itself had become Germany's camouflage. Inside the design halls of Deutsche Werft, draftsmen leaned over blueprints glowing under green-shaded lamps. Pencil lines traced the curvature of pressure hulls, the precise angles of dive planes, the geometry of survival. The air smelled of graphite, salt, and oil, the scent of invention under constraint. Young engineer Ingrid Voss, one of the few women in the yard, recalculated oxygen flow rates for long submerged runs. "If we give them 10 hours more endurance," she said, "they can vanish completely." Her supervisor nodded, knowing that every small improvement meant dozens more lives spared or taken. Technical precision became a moral blur. "This is engineering," Voss told herself. "Not war." But everyone there knew the distinction was fading fast. The hum of generators masked unease. Somewhere beyond the wall, a new keel rang out against steel, the sound of purpose taking shape. In Dönitz's private notebook, now preserved in archives, he wrote one line in deliberate ink: "Our fleet will exist where no fleet is seen." He envisioned not grand battles but shadows converging across the Atlantic. Coordinated Wolfpacks, striking by radio code and dissolving into the dark. Each submarine would be an independent hunter, yet connected by unseen threads of transmission. The technology was primitive: long-wave signals, burst encryptions, Morse tapped by weary operators in red-lit cabins. But in concept it was revolutionary. No one imagined that these communications, developed under the guise of naval research, would one day define a new kind of warfare: distributed, invisible, relentless. "Every ship we build," Dönitz told his aide, "must speak not with guns but with silence." What they didn't yet know was that the very radio waves they harnessed would later betray them, the same frequencies that would make the wolves visible to their prey. By 1938, the deception had become routine. Inspectors from foreign embassies were shown only select yards, where obsolete hulls lay rusting in plain sight. Beyond the gates, under floodlights masked with canvas, real submarines were launched into moonlit channels. Workers referred to them in code: Seehund, Eisbär, Falk, animals that suggested both cunning and ferocity. Each night another vessel vanished into the Baltic for trials. Dönitz attended most of them, silent on the pier, his face illuminated by the glow of gauges and the brief flare of a cigarette. He said little, only nodding when the hulls slid beneath the surface. "Perfect," he'd whisper to no one in particular. The harbour returned to silence, as if nothing had moved at all. No one imagined that these quiet rehearsals were writing the prelude to the longest continuous campaign of the coming war. Winter 1939 arrived with snow that silenced even the shipyards. The men worked through it, breath clouding the air, ice forming on the hulls that would soon prowl the Atlantic. In the final inspection before the storm of history broke, Donitz walked the line of submarines one last time. His gloved hand brushed the periscope housing of U-23, feeling the cold bite of metal that would soon taste salt. Around him, the hum of generators faded. The fleet waited in darkness. The world beyond still believed peace could last. Treaties signed, promises kept, oceans free. But beneath the calm, a phantom navy was ready. Engines were primed, crews assembled, and orders sealed in envelopes marked to be opened on command. From the shadows of industry, a ghost navy was born, silent, patient, and waiting for the signal. The sea was pale with morning when the first war order came through. A faint wind rippled across the North Sea, carrying the scent of diesel and frost into the conning towers of waiting submarines. Aboard U-30, Kapitänleutnant Fritz Julius Lemp held the coded message in his gloved hands. One line of transmission that would change everything. Commence operations against enemy shipping. There was no ceremony, no speech, only a quiet nod exchanged between officers. The diesels roared to life, pushing the narrow hull forward into mist. Men closed hatches, stowed letters, checked the depth gauges with ritual precision. Above them, dawn spread over the horizon like burning silver. The crew said nothing. They all knew this was history beginning. From that morning on, the Atlantic would no longer be a sea of trade, but a sea of targets. What no one yet realized was that this first patrol would echo through the entire war. A single torpedo fired before the world had fully woken. As U-30 slid through the fog, the radio room crackled with reports. German forces had crossed into Poland. Britain and France were preparing to declare war. In the cramped control room, the words meant little. What mattered was the next bearing, the next sighting, the next dive order. The ocean was the only reality here, a shifting expanse that could hide or kill with equal ease. All ahead slow, Lemp murmured, his voice steady over the thrum of machinery. The boat tilted slightly as ballast adjusted. Every sound carried like thunder in the confined metal shell. Through the periscope, a faint outline appeared. A merchant ship, British flag fluttering in the distance. The first prey of a new war, range 3,000 meters, closing. No one imagined that this would be the first of thousands, the beginning of a campaign that would stretch from Iceland to the Caribbean. Above the waves, the mist thinned. Below, the wolves began to move. The torpedo hissed from its tube, leaving a faint trail of bubbles that glimmered like mercury in the dim light. Seconds stretched into eternity. Then a muffled detonation, a dull roar that rippled through the hull like a heartbeat. The crew exhaled as one, a rush of breath that filled the cramped air. Through the periscope, fire bloomed across the distant ship's deck, smoke curling upward in slow spirals. The SS Athenia rolled onto her side, lifeboats tumbling like seeds on the water. Hit confirmed, whispered the weapons officer. No cheers followed, only silence, heavy and strange. Lemp turned away from the eyepiece, face unreadable. "We dive," he said. Now, the war had begun not with armies clashing on land, but with one torpedo in the dawn. What they didn't yet know was that this single act would haunt every captain thereafter. The moment the Atlantic drew first blood, word of the sinking reached Berlin by nightfall. Donitz read the report in his office, fingers tapping lightly against the page. It was a victory, but one wrapped in unease. The ship had carried civilians, and the political consequences could be severe. In London, outrage swept through the Admiralty. Unrestricted warfare, someone muttered. Already? Yet in the corridors of power, another thought stirred. If Germany had struck so early, what else was hidden beneath the sea? Naval convoys were ordered at once, destroyers dispatched from Scapa Flow. The ocean, vast and indifferent, began to divide. Hunters and hunted, separated by steel and silence. Donitz knew the line had been crossed, and there was no turning back. War is an ocean, he told an aide. Once entered, there is no shore. What they didn't yet know was that this first moral wound, this uncertainty of limits, would define the years to come. In the following weeks, the new U-boats fanned out like shadows along the western approaches. U-27, U-31, U-47, their call signs marked by quiet ambition and fear. Each crew faced the same paradox. They were both invisible and exposed, invincible and fragile. Beneath 30 meters of pressure, the world narrowed to the hum of engines and the drip of condensation down steel bulkheads. Men slept beside torpedoes, ate cold rations under red emergency lights, and spoke in whispers as if the sea could hear. In those confines, discipline was survival. "The boat is your body," said one chief engineer. "Keep it breathing, and it will keep you alive." Yet the strain showed. Hands trembled as they turned valves. Eyes reddened from lack of light. Still, pride filled the space between them. They were the first generation of the new wolves, and what they didn't yet know was that pride, too, could drown. Far above, British reconnaissance aircraft began to patrol the North Sea, their engines droning over the waves like distant thunder. Pilots scanned for periscopes, oil slicks, or the faint wakes of submerged boats. Most days they saw nothing, just endless grey water and their own reflections in the canopy. The ocean was too vast, the submarines too few. Yet each sighting, each faint trail, carried the promise of a new kind of war, one without front lines or mercy. In London, Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain declared that the seas must remain open, but the truth was already slipping beneath them. The first convoys formed, escorted by destroyers with sonar that could barely hear beyond a few hundred meters. The balance was delicate. Faith against steel, courage against patience. What no one imagined was how quickly that balance would tip. Within months, the Atlantic itself would become the front. Inside U-47, Günther Prien studied the charts with quiet intensity. His orders were simple: infiltrate Scapa Flow, the heart of the Royal Navy, and strike. The mission bordered on suicide, shallow waters, patrols, and the eyes of Britain upon him. But the pride of the new U-boat corps demanded proof, and Donitz trusted Prien to deliver it. On a moonless night, the submarine slipped through the narrow channel between the Orkneys, gliding past minefields and tidal currents. Inside, every man held his breath as the compass needle wavered. Hours passed in suspended tension until the shadow of a battleship loomed in the periscope. "Target, HMS Royal Oak," Prien whispered. The torpedo fired, its wake faint under the dark water. Minutes later, an explosion tore through the harbour, fire lighting the cliffs of Scotland. No one aboard spoke. History had just entered its first echo. The next morning, smoke still drifted over Scapa Flow. The Royal Oak was gone, taking more than 800 men with her. Britain's fleet, once secure in its home waters, was now haunted by a single, invisible predator. In Germany, Donitz received the message with controlled satisfaction. Success complete, returning home, Prien would be celebrated as a hero, paraded through Berlin, his name etched into the legend of the new navy. But beneath the applause, The ocean remained silent, indifferent to men or medals. The first phase of the Atlantic War was over. The next would be bigger, colder, more merciless. From this dawn onward, the sea itself was claimed by death and destiny. The radio room glowed red in the darkness, a cave of wires, static and concentration. Morse keys clicked like heartbeats, sending coded pulses through the night air, bouncing invisibly across the Atlantic. Each operator leaned close to his receiver, headphones pressed tight, lips moving in rhythm with the code. On one channel, the voice of Carl Donitz cut through the static, convergence order, grid square, BE61. Across hundreds of miles of ocean, that message was heard in 12 different submarines. Diesel engines rumbled to life beneath the waves, compasses adjusted, and men turned their bows toward a single coordinate. The plan was simple in theory, to gather the scattered hunters into one pack, guided by unseen threads of radio signal. On the surface, the Atlantic remained dark and empty, but beneath it, geometry had been born, invisible lines drawn through salt and silence. No one had ever coordinated submarines like this before, and what they didn't yet know was that these signals would soon make history, and later, doom them all. In his command post at Carnival near Lorient, Donitz stood over a giant plotting board. Grease pencil lines traced convoys, submarine patrols and weather fronts in delicate arcs of calculation. Behind him, clerks translated intercepted merchant transmissions, converting the chaos of the sea into an organized map of opportunity. The doctrine he was shaping, Rudel tactic or Wolfpack tactics, depended on perfect timing and communication. One U-boat would sight a convoy, shadow it, and signal headquarters. Donitz would then direct others to intercept, converging silently from every direction. It was not mere warfare, it was orchestration. "We do not fight like ships," he told his staff. "We hunt like animals." What no one yet imagined was how terrifying this precision would become once tested. A synchronized attack unfolding in total darkness. The ocean was no longer chaos. Under Donitz, it was choreography. The first trials began in the autumn of 1940. 12 boats patrolled the western approaches, waiting for a single convoy to cross their path. On the evening of October 17th, U-99, commanded by Otto Kretschmer, caught sight of scattered lights flickering along the horizon, the faint glow of merchant ships breaking blackout discipline. He sent the signal, "Convoy HX-79 sighted." Within hours, 11 other submarines adjusted course, guided only by the numbers Donitz's staff transmitted back. Through the night, the ocean filled with whispers of movement, propellers churning, ballast tanks hissing, periscopes rising, like eyes above the surface. By midnight, the trap was set. "Fire one," Kretschmer ordered, and the Atlantic erupted. Ships burned against the night sky, their flames reflected in the steel hulls of the wolves circling below. What they didn't yet know was that this would become the template for hundreds of coordinated strikes to come. The Atlantic had learned a new language, one spoken in radio and flame. Above the chaos, British escort ships darted desperately among the fires, their searchlights cutting across waves slick with oil. Sonar pings echoed, short, uncertain, blind. "They're everywhere," a young lieutenant shouted aboard HMS Fame, scanning the water for any shape that moved. But the Wolfpack was already gone, slipping beneath the surface, regrouping miles away. In the aftermath, the convoy had lost 12 ships in a single night. Donitz's staff recorded the tonnage, over 75,000 tons, sunk, and circled the number in chalk on the operations wall. Proof of concept, one officer murmured. In London, Churchill received the report and frowned over his cigar. The U-boat peril, he muttered, is our greatest fear, yet few in the Admiralty understood how organized the enemy had become. What they didn't yet know was that the Atlantic War had turned from chance encounters to planned annihilation. Back in Lorient, the U-boat pens throbbed with life. Crews filed through the concrete tunnels, the air thick with oil and brine. Mechanics tuned diesel engines, their wrenches echoing off wet walls. Each submarine returned like a predator to its den, damaged, victorious, alive. Donitz walked among them without fanfare, nodding to officers, asking short, precise questions. Fuel consumption, torpedo spread accuracy, depth control under fire. The answers were noted, measured, improved. Doctrine became data, and data became efficiency. He was not building heroes. He was building a system. In the quiet between departures, he stared at the map of the Atlantic, so vast, yet increasingly predictable. We will strike until the ocean itself submits, he whispered. No one imagined how far that obsession would carry him, or how high the cost would rise. The Wolfpack strategy evolved rapidly. Each attack followed the same rhythm: detection, coordination, encirclement, and strike. To maintain control, Donitz relied on the B-Dienst intercept service, whose operators decrypted Allied naval codes and relayed convoy routes to headquarters. The information arrived by radio bursts, dots and dashes that meant life or death for thousands. Across the Atlantic, Allied signal officers worked just as feverishly, trying to identify and jam the same transmissions. It became a hidden war of pulses, fought in frequencies and timing rather than shells and gunfire. The enemy listens as we listen, one German operator said. It is a conversation through static. But beneath the technical precision was human cost. Men spending weeks submerged, nerves stretched to breaking, their world reduced to darkness and sound. What they didn't yet know was that this invisible conversation would one day betray them all. By early 1941, Donitz had achieved what few naval commanders ever had: mastery of chaos. The North Atlantic convoys now sailed in dread, their destroyers overwhelmed by the sheer coordination of German attacks. On nights without moon, U-boats surfaced together, engines barely idling, men whispering commands across the decks. Through binoculars, one could see distant silhouettes, multiple submarines, black against the darker sea, converging like predators around their prey. Contact maintained, a radioman would report, and moments later, explosions would bloom across the horizon. For the first time, the Atlantic belonged not to surface fleets, but to the unseen. In Berlin, Goebbels broadcast triumphant reports. The wolves are victorious. But even as the Reich exulted, Donitz remained measured. This is not victory, he told his officers. This is merely the beginning. What no one yet imagined was that this doctrine, so perfect in form, would soon attract the full fury of Allied science. Night fell over the Atlantic once more. The sea, calm and indifferent, reflected the faint glint of starlight on periscopes breaking the surface. Across thousands of miles, radio pulses flickered, connecting scattered submarines into a single will, a single hunting mind. Men listened in their cabins, decoding the coordinates that would lead them to the next feast of steel and fire. Above them, merchant ships ploughed onward, unaware that they were already encircled. The wolves had learned discipline, coordination, and patience, the very traits that would make them both deadly and doomed. In Lorient, Donitz stood at the map again, marking another successful strike, his pencil steady, his expression calm. The ocean had been tamed, for now, into a weapon of precision, but even precision has limits. The first torpedo struck just after midnight, a clean hit that shattered the stillness of the mid-Atlantic. U-48, under Captain Lieutenant Heinrich Bleichrodt, had stalked the convoy for hours, her crew silent, nerves taut beneath the weight of the hunt. When the explosion came, the sound rolled through the hull like a heartbeat, followed by the faint crackle of fire above. Through the periscope, flames painted the waves in rippling gold, spreading wider as another tanker went up. Direct hit, Bleichrodt whispered. She's burning stem to stern. The control room was quiet, except for the hiss of compressed air and the low murmur of calculations. Outside, the Atlantic glowed like molten glass, a floating city of fire in an ocean of night. Men on deck whispered prayers as oil spread around them, igniting the sea itself. Below, the U-boat sank deeper, retreating into its steel cocoon. What they didn't yet know was that this moment marked the dawn of their greatest triumph and the beginning of their downfall. In the spring of 1941, the German U-boat fleet ruled the western approaches. Convoys from Halifax, Liverpool, and New York vanished into statistics. Tonnage lost, cargoes burned, lives uncounted. The Allies called it disaster. The Germans called it Die glückliche Zeit, the happy time. For the men aboard the U-boats, it felt like invincibility. Their torpedoes rarely missed. Their enemies rarely found them. Each mission returned with new tales of precision strikes and unbroken morale. We owned the night, one petty officer remembered. It felt like the ocean had become ours. Above, the aurora flickered like curtains of green fire over the frozen North Atlantic, illuminating the black silhouettes of wrecks drifting aimlessly. No one imagined that these same lights would one day glow over their graves. Success, like light on water, was fleeting, beautiful, and fatally bright. From the bridge of U-96, Captain Lieutenant Heinrich Lehmann Willenbrock watched a convoy scatter in panic. "They're breaking formation," his navigator said, tracing bearings by the glow of burning ships. "Then we close the net," Lehmann replied. His helmsman eased the rudder, turning the submarine toward the densest cluster of survivors. Through binoculars, men could be seen clinging to debris, their faces pale in the firelight. There was no hatred, only detachment, the mechanical acceptance of their role. "War at sea is without witnesses," Lehmann once wrote. "Only the ocean sees, and it forgets quickly." Inside, the crew counted torpedoes, 6 fired, 4 remaining. Every number meant a decision. Every decision, a life. What they didn't yet know was that the very precision they prided themselves on would soon become impossible as the Atlantic learned to see in the dark. For now the wolves fed freely beneath the stars. On the surface, merchant sailors fought a losing battle against the invisible. Their ships were slow, unarmored, and often unescorted. The sound of an approaching torpedo was a low, rising hum. The ocean's final warning. James Carter, a young British seaman aboard the SS Empire Energy, remembered it clearly. There was no flash, just pressure, like the sea itself punched through the hull. He found himself thrown into black water, surrounded by burning oil and drifting crates. Some screamed for help, others simply floated, staring up at the aurora as if at heaven. The rescue ships would not arrive for hours. By dawn, the sea was littered with wreckage, the smell of fuel and salt thick in the air. It was like hell had come to the water. He later wrote, "What no one yet realized was that the ocean was learning to answer, that the victims' cries would echo all the way to London and Washington." In Lorient and Saint-Nazaire, Donitz's officers tallied success on chalkboards. 600,000 tons sunk in a single month. Each figure was a victory, a triumph of efficiency and discipline. Crews returning from patrols were greeted by brass bands, their commanders photographed with Hitler himself, Bleikrod, Prien, Kretschmer. The names became legend, symbols of German mastery beneath the waves. But even amid the celebration, cracks began to show. Men came back thinner, quieter, their eyes hollow from weeks in darkness. "It is not the enemy we fear," one sailor confessed. "It is the silence between attacks." The pressure hull became both fortress and coffin. Success demanded endurance beyond human limits. What they didn't yet know was that this glory, polished and paraded, was built on exhaustion that could not be sustained. Beneath the cheers, the sea waited for its turn to strike. Across the Atlantic, the Allies began to adapt. British intelligence at Bletchley Park intercepted fragments of U-boat signals, feeding them into primitive computers that whirred through the night. Radar, once crude and uncertain, now picked up periscopes at distances unthinkable months before. Coastal Command aircraft patrolled longer, farther, their depth charges dropping like stones into the dark. But for every improvement, a dozen ships still vanished. "We were fighting ghosts," said Commander Ian Forbes, an escort officer. "They came without warning and left nothing but fire." Convoy captains began zigzagging courses, changing speeds, but it was guesswork. Survival by instinct, not science. What no one yet imagined was how quickly this imbalance would change. Once American industry and technology entered the war, the wolves ruled the ocean, but they had awakened giants. By late 1941, even nature seemed to turn against the convoys. Storms battered the North Atlantic, scattering ships and isolating stragglers. Easy prey for lurking U-boats. We didn't need to chase them. One German officer recalled, "The weather did it for us." Amid 40-foot waves and freezing rain, torpedoes still found their marks. Flames rose against the wind, bending sideways before dying into the sea. Survivors clung to rafts, coated with ice, their hands fused to wood by cold. Inside the submarines, condensation dripped like rain from the steel ceiling, mixing with diesel fumes and sweat. The smell of oil, metal, and fear was constant. "It was a victory without joy," said a machinist aboard U-99. "The sea gave us everything and took it back in the same breath." What they didn't yet know was that the tide, literal and strategic, was about to turn. When spring returned, the Atlantic carried new rumors. Allied aircraft sighted farther west, destroyers equipped with strange new antennas, convoys fighting back. Yet for now, the U-boats still prowled unchallenged, slipping beneath flames and silence. At night, they surfaced in formation, crews lighting cigarettes as the northern lights shimmered overhead. For a while, one officer said, "We believed we were the masters of the earth." The ocean stretched endlessly around them, vast, conquered, and quiet. But conquest at sea is an illusion. Every triumph a borrowed moment. Donitz looked upon the maps of his victories and saw only numbers, never faces. The wolves had hunted well, too well. For a fleeting season, they ruled the waves, until the ocean itself began to fight back. The Enigma machine clicked softly in the dark, its rotors spinning like clockwork secrets. In a cramped U-boat radio room, a young signalman named Kurt Heinemann tapped out the nightly transmission. Weather reports, convoy sightings, coordinates for regrouping. Each message passed through the black box before him, transformed into a stream of letters that meant nothing to human eyes. He didn't need to understand it. He only needed to send. The code was perfection, or so he'd been told, impossible to break, unthinkable to question. Above, The captain of U-110 paced the bridge, unaware that the signal he'd just authorized would soon become a thread in an invisible war of mathematics. The sea was calm that night, the stars clear. Message away, Heinemann said, wiping sweat from his brow. No one aboard knew that a British destroyer, just over the horizon, had already begun closing the distance. What they didn't yet know was that this night would mark the first crack in the armor of German secrecy. Dawn came with violence. HMS Bulldog and HMS Aubriesia swept in fast depth charges, thundering through the water. Inside U-110, alarms screamed as the submarine pitched hard to port, lights flickering, pipes bursting under pressure. "Surface! Surface!" the captain shouted, knowing they had no other chance. The boat broke the surface, coughing smoke, its crew stumbling onto the deck, as British sailors fired warning bursts overhead. "Abandon ship," came the final order. In the chaos, Enigma lay unattended, its polished keys gleaming under the flicker of emergency lamps. Boarding parties from Bulldog seized their chance, climbing across the listing hull. Amid the rush of seawater, a petty officer named David Bolmay descended into the half-flooded control room and saw it. Enigma secured, he radioed, his voice steady despite the shaking hull. What he didn't yet know was that this single act would shift the balance of the entire Atlantic War. Hundreds of miles away, in a quiet English manor named Bletchley Park, the lights burned through the night. Inside its wooden huts, mathematicians, linguists, and engineers sat before rows of typewriters, papers pinned with scribbled letters and shifting numbers. At the center of it all sat Alan Turing, hunched over his desk, tracing the logic of impossibility. The Enigma's beauty lay in its simplicity. 26 letters, 3 rotors, endless permutations. Yet every message followed patterns, habits, human flaws. "The Germans," he murmured, "cannot help repeating themselves." Around him, the air hummed with the sound of machines. Bomber units, massive electromechanical decoders, their drums spinning like thunder in slow motion. It was not a war of courage, but of patience. No one imagined that victory would depend on rhythm, repetition, and the weakness of human predictability. The battlefield had shifted from the sea to the mind. Back in Lorient, Admiral Karl Dönitz reviewed his convoy reports with satisfaction. The Atlantic was bleeding tonnage faster than the Allies could replace it. "We strike by order, by signal, by logic," he said during a staff briefing. "The enemy cannot think faster than we can act." To him, radio communication was strength, precision, and unity in an ocean of chaos. Each U-boat followed the same pulse, each convoy sighting relayed to command and rebroadcast in encrypted bursts. Dönitz trusted the system implicitly, its mathematical brilliance unassailable. "The sea is vast," he told his officers. "They can hear us, but they can never understand us." He was wrong. In Hut 8 at Bletchley, that very night, Turing's team stared at a fresh intercept. A U-boat weather report, routine, identical in structure to dozens before. "This," said cryptanalyst Joan Clark, "is the key." What Dönitz didn't yet know was that his precision was the very flaw they were counting on. For weeks, the team at Bletchley lived by the rhythm of intercepted whispers. Each morning, teleprinters rattled with pages of coded German traffic. Sharknet, Message Group 1735, Priority Convoy Command. An operator would announce, stacking papers by the hour. The cryptanalysts attacked each message with pencil, probability, and exhaustion. "Try KDX." Turing would murmur, then run the bomber. The machines roared to life, electrical relays clattering in mechanical symphony. Somewhere inside that chaos, truth hid. The positions of U-boats, their courses, their prey. When the first full decryption came through, a silence fell across the room. Convoy OB 318. Route confirmed. Ambush detected. "We have them," Clark whispered. For the first time, the hunters were being watched. What no one yet realized was that this invisible breach, never announced, never confirmed, would save tens of thousands of lives before war's end. The results came quickly. Allied convoys began to change course hours before Wolfpacks could reach them. U-boat captains reported empty seas where prey had always been. "The convoys vanish," one commander wrote in his log. "It's as if they knew." Suspicion spread through the ranks. Donitz blamed carelessness. Loose lips, faulty radios, random chance. "We are betrayed by nothing but bad weather," he insisted, though his tone grew harder with each report. At Bletchley, every success was hidden beneath layers of silence. The British called it ultra, a word known to almost no one outside the room. Even Churchill received the reports under strict secrecy. What they didn't yet know was that this secrecy would become both weapon and burden. Victory achieved by silence, carried by those who could never speak of it. By 1942, Enigma had become a war within a war. The Germans, suspecting nothing, upgraded their machines, new rotors, new ciphers, new arrogance. "We have rebuilt perfection," Donitz declared. But perfection is always temporary. The capture of U-559 in the Mediterranean, another stroke of improbable fortune, delivered fresh codebooks to the Allies. 2 young sailors drowned securing them, their sacrifice unmentioned in newspapers, their names lost in classified archives. Back in Bletchley, the new settings restored Ultra's clarity. Convoys once doomed now arrived safely, their escorts, waiting, like ambush predators. It was irony turned to strategy, the silent patience of mathematics, saving lives by the thousands. What the Germans didn't yet know was that their greatest invention had become their most fatal weakness. A mirror turned against its maker. In the war rooms of London and Washington, the decrypted intelligence flowed quietly, guiding fleets, redirecting supply lines, shortening the shadows of despair. Churchill called it the geese that lay golden eggs and never cackle. In Lorient, Donitz continued to direct his wolves, confident in his control, unaware that every movement was read before it was made. The ocean remained vast, but its secrets were shrinking. Beneath the waves, U-boats still prowled, their crews believing they hunted unseen. Above them, an invisible network of minds had already mapped their fate. For the first time in the war, knowledge, not steel, tipped the balance. The hunters were now the hunted, though they did not yet know it. A single metallic thud rolled through the hull like a drumbeat, and the men of U-552 felt the steel vibrate under their boots. Above them, the ocean surface boiled where a destroyer's propellers churned a white wake below. Sonar ASD sent blind pulses into the deep, and waited for an answer. In the cramped control room, the hydrophone operator cupped his ear and mouthed bearings, the needle on his gauge twitching with each echo. "Bearing 080, depth charges imminent," he breathed, and the commanding officer barked orders that sounded too loud in the narrow tube. Crewmen strapped themselves to rails as the first depth charge detonated, a shock wave that shoved tools off benches and left rivulets of sweat on foreheads. Instruments flickered. The electric hum of the main motors stuttered into a low, anxious cough. For weeks they had lived by silence and stealth. Now a new sound governed their fate, a staccato of explosives, precise and relentless. The sea was no longer a hiding place, but a listening room, tuned by Allied skill and steel. Men who had once hunted by instinct now measured survival by the narrow geometry of echo and hull. The first rule had changed. The hunter could be found. On the bridge of HMS Vimy, Captain Arthur Halsey watched the black line of horizon through rain-blurred binoculars, while the radar operator pointed at a blip creeping into range. Night air smelled of salt and engine oil. The ship's boilers hissed like a coiled animal. Contact surface. 2,000 yards, the radar man said. And the destroyer slipped into pursuit, engines spooling to full ahead. Aircraft from Coastal Command answered the call, their liberators roaring like thunder and sweeping down with the lee light cutting through blackout. Night a sudden beam that turned sea into stage and revealed periscopes like shark fins. A flurry of depth charges and aerial bombs followed, their underwater concussion rolling outward in a sickening pulse. The U-boat that night punched deep and held its breath, listening to metal above and light on the water. The new tools, radar, ASDIC, lee light, closed distances once thought safe for submarines. What they didn't yet know was how quickly these technologies would knit together into an unrelenting net. The ocean, vast and indifferent, was learning to see and hear in ways that would strip away former advantages. Men below and above the water learned to fear the single glow of a searchlight as much as the flash of a torpedo. Inside the U-boat pens at Brest, mechanics measured prop shaft tolerances and patched hull plates with hands that trembled from fatigue and salt. Reports arrived of boats returning with twisted hydroplanes and bent sterns after near misses. Men who had laughed at storms now flinched at sonar pings. "We used to move like ghosts," one petty officer said, wiping grease from his nails. "Now we move like wounded animals." In the mess, conversations turned from glory to repair schedules, engine overhauls, battery replacements, compressed air system checks, because each small mechanical failure could be fatal in the new calculus of war. Donitz watched the reports with a tightening jaw, issuing orders to alter tactics, shallower approaches, longer shadowing distances, more radio discipline. The Corps' Allied technical gains produced the immediate effect: operational stress and improvisation. Men trained for stealth were now training to outlast detection, to ride out shockwaves that bent ribs and rattled teeth. No one imagined this would become a war of attrition underwater as much as on land. Technology had made the sea another front. Each repair done at midnight in a wet shed was a wager for the next patrol. The pack that had once hunted freely began to fray at the edges. In a coastal hangar in Newfoundland, an American radar technician tightened a relay and adjusted the wavelength of a new centimetric set. Across the radio, an RAF crew described a periscope sighting and requested vectoring. Convoy escorts adopted HF-DEF SSDF HUFDUF to snag the bearing of the very radio calls that had once directed Wolfpacks like a hunter's whistle. The effect was small at first, an intercepted coordinate here, a missed rendezvous there, but the pattern emerged. Every message left a trace, and those traces were becoming lethal. Escort commanders, from Sir Max Horton to Captain Ian Forbes, began to plan not merely for reaction, but for interception, turn toward the bearing, steam hard, and force the submarine down where depth charges could be set with deadly accuracy. Aircraft range increased as long-range Liberators and Catalinas pushed patrolled airspace further west, denying U-boats the safe gap they had used to cross. The result was immediate: more broken contacts, fewer clean strikes, and a rising toll of damaged boats limping home. What they didn't yet know was that Allied industrial power, planes, radar, trained operators would arrive in scale and eclipsed the early advantage of the submarines. Each technological gain on one side forced a tactical change on the other, until the Atlantic itself became an instrument of measurement: who could see farther, hear clearer, and endure longer. Aboard U-99, the lights were dimmed, and the men moved like shadows, but their nerves had eroded into a raw edge. The sonar reports kept coming in, each ping a small accusation. Chief Engineer Carl Meyer counted battery cycles as if they were breaths, knowing that submerged endurance measured not in hours but in minutes under sustained attack. Depth charges exploded nearby, the hull bucking as if struck by invisible fists. Rivets wept oil and men bit through the taste of salt to stay silent. The anti-submarine mortar Hedgehog, introduced by the Allies, complicated the geometry of survival further. Contact could now be attacked with multiple contact-fused charges, and a missed depth charge did not guarantee reprieve. Each new Allied weapon demanded new countermeasures, altered dive profiles, deceptive wake patterns, and the grim discipline of radio silence. The human cost was immediate: minds frayed, tempers shortened, and mistakes multiplied under pressure. What no one imagined at the time was how much psychological wear would erode effectiveness. Men who jumped at every creek became liabilities, and seasoned captains had to balance caution against the cruelty of inaction. The tactical innovations that saved convoy tonnage also turned submarines into fragile mechanical lives adrift under endless pressure. Survival became an exercise in endurance engineering and emotional control. In the Admiralty plotting rooms, officers marked U-boat movements on maps with neat lines and annotations, the same way Donitz had once done in Lorient. The difference was now the lines reflected intercepted radio bearings and decrypted hints from Ultra. The causal chain tightened: intercept a signal, adjust an escort's course, force a U-boat into shallow water, attack with ASIC-guided depth charges, and rescue few survivors. Allied aircrews patrolled farther, their aircraft carrying ordnance calibrated to burst at set depths, and destroyers arrived with new sonar transducers that listened deeper and truer. The result was a statistical abrasion against Wolfpack success. Sinkings of Allied merchant ships declined as escorts grew more efficient at detection and counterattack. But the cost was not only measured in tonnage saved. Entire crews were cleaved from history in single engagements, lives compressed into metal and cold water. No one imagined this would become a campaign of attrition, where numbers, logistics, and sonar pings determined fate more than any single act of bravery. The hunters, once masters of silence, now listened for the very sounds that betrayed them. In that soundscape, the ocean had learned a new language and was answering in explosions. A diving officer aboard a Canadian corvette counted the seconds between sonar return and the detonation of a depth charge, and in those seconds imagined the metal shell below shuddering, rupturing, the human voices cut off like a snapped wire. Rescue after rescue became grim arithmetic. How many could a lifeboat take before hypothermia set in? How long before the sea claimed its due? In the dark, Allied aircrews executed coordinated attacks with surface ships, triangulating and crisscrossing, denying any place to hide. For U-boat commanders like Kretschmer or Prian, every new patrol required recalculation. No longer could they press an attack at will. The choice was between daring and the slow attrition of men and machines. These decisions had ripple effects. Crews became conservative, tonnage counts dropped, and political pressure rose on both sides. What they didn't yet know was how the accumulation of such small changes, better radar, improved depth charge fuses, longer range aircraft, would aggregate into strategic dominance by the Allies. Each technological refinement produced tactical success, and each tactical success reshaped which ports and convoys were vulnerable. The ocean that had sheltered them learned to hunt. Night after night the pattern repeated. Detection, pursuit, explosion, silence. Then the weary rotation of repair yards and the counting of losses on both sides. The cost was visible in the pens. Men returning with faces drawn, and boats that spat oil like wounded beasts. In churchyards and shipyard cafes, families traced letters written from the dark and tried to hold meaning to names, now crossed out on lists that grew longer each month. In the war rooms, charts tilted toward the Allies as aircraft range and ASW tactics closed the breeding ground for Wolfpacks. Donitz adjusted, innovated, and ordered more radio discipline, but the calculus had changed. The sea was no longer the quiet ally of concealment it once had been. The deep that had once sheltered them now echoed with explosions, and every echo carried the weight of choices and consequences. The hunters had become the hunted, and the Atlantic, vast and patient, had learned to answer. The convoy hugged a zigzag course under a moon that stained the ocean silver. On the bridge of the freighter SS Fort Lee, Captain James Hargreaves watched the wake like a patient wound. Radar operators on the escort destroyer HMS Viscount squinted at a green scope, while engines idled at 28 knots. Suddenly, a flare of orange licked the horizon as a tanker took a torpedo and rolled, listing toward the stars. Men on the decks shouted, ropes slapping, lifeboats bounding against bulkheads as oil slicks spread like black glass. Below, in the steel skin of U-172, Kapitän-Leutnant Karl Emmermann felt his teeth ache from the pressure of anticipation and the hum of twin diesel engines. He watched the periscope picture as if it were scripture, fingers steady on the aiming wheel, despite the cold that seeped into metal. The torpedo ran true, its gyros locked at 30 knots, and its 300-kilogram warhead humming with stored motion. When it struck, a column of flame rose and the sea accepted the ship as if it were a sacrifice. In that instant, the Atlantic became both arithmetic and atrocity, a ledger of tonnage and human lives. Darkness turned day into a smear of firelight and smoke that made navigation a matter of courage, luck, and dead reckoning. On escort HMS Castleton, sonar operators relayed ranges in clipped phrases, while depth-charge crews prepared patterns based on calculated sink rates. The mathematics of explosion, pressure curves, overpressure thresholds, and lethal ranges were memorized like prayers by men who hoped never to test them. A corvette's hedgehog salvo found an echo. Metal bells rang through hulls and a muffled thud answered like a snapped string. Survivors huddled in shattered lifeboats, their clothes frozen to their skin, eyes reflecting the burning horizon. Nurse Eileen Walker, aboard a hospital ship, diverted to the scene, bound wounds with hands that trembled but worked with practiced speed. She wrapped gash and frostbite alike, listening to men recount the noise, the long, metallic groan before water swallowed sound. In Berlin, Donitz read the tonnage reports and noted both success and increasing cost, the ledger beginning to show diminishing returns. What they didn't yet know was that this season of destruction would press both fleets into innovations that would change the ocean forever. The night closed like a fist, and each heartbeat beneath it counted for something the world had yet to name. The radio rooms hummed with coded updates as Wolfpacks converged along the convoy routes, converging like stitched shadows on U-552. Engines purred to an even rhythm designed to minimize sound signature while maintaining speed on the surface. Signalmen tapped out bearings and rendezvous points in a hand-sketched grid, where silence was tactical and speech dangerous. Across the water, escort captains learned new patterns, box formations, layered screens, and the discipline of mutual support. Each tactical shift produced a direct effect: fewer isolated stragglers, more concentrated defenses, and fewer easy targets. Yet the wolves adapted too, employing night surface attacks, where visual range trumped radar anomalies, and a periscope was a whisper. In the smoky light of command rooms, officers argued over risk and reward, maps creased and recreased by impatient fingers. Young signal operator Thomas Reed listened to an intercepted German transmission and felt the weight of unseen power settle in his chest. No one imagined this would become the longest, most exacting campaign of attrition at sea, where calculation and courage wore equally thin. Men on both sides moved in the small world between sonar blips and flares, every action folding into consequence. In ports from Halifax to Liverpool, replenishment yards worked through blackouts, refueling convoys while maintaining blackout discipline to deceive enemy aircraft. Shipwrights measured fuel lines, torpedo stores, and crankshafts with the same reverence they once reserved for church altars. The Allied aircrews, flying at altitudes of 150, 500 feet in search patterns that drained both machine and man, began to close the ocean's safe gaps. Long-range B-24 Liberators extended patrols into previously unguarded mid-Atlantic reaches, their 4 engines burning thousands of gallons per sortie. When a Liberator's lee light found a U-boat on the surface, it turned surprise into slaughter with a single beam and a salvo of depth charges. In German pens, captains muttered that the sky itself had become an enemy, that what once allowed safe transit now exposed them to light and trimming. Among convoys, merchant crews learned to expect nights of terror, fires painting the hulls, survivors calling across oil-slicked waters. The sequence was clear: aircraft extended reach, escorts tightened net, U-boats were forced deeper and for longer, and attrition numbers began to climb. What they didn't yet know was that the coming seasons would see these technological threads weave into a fabric so dense the wolves could no longer slip through it. The longest night continued, and men measured time by the distance between depth charge bursts and the return of silence. In the wheelhouse of SS Port Hunter, Captain Samuel O'Connell steered between burning hulks, keeping his crew alive through seamanship and stubbornness. The sea itself had become both battlefield and witness, its surface a mirror for human calamity and endurance. Merchant engines chugged on, some triple expansion, some newer steam turbines at pressures that rattled boilers and strained rivets. Each engine's noise was a metronome against which sailors timed their survival, the vibration of pistons a reminder they still moved. On the U-boat side, commanders logged contact reports and estimated convoy speed and course to within fractions of knots to arrange interception geometry. If we can get between the tugs and the bulk, we can force them to present a cross-section, one officer calculated, hands stained with grease. Calculations became life or death: angle on the bow, torpedo spread, gyro settings, and the precise depth settings for fuses calibrated in meters. When a torpedo struck a refrigerated freighter, the blast threw men into the air and shredded decks where food and lives were stored together. Rescue vessels pulled survivors into lifeboats that rode like small islands amid fuel and flame, each life a hard-won miracle against a cold, hungry sea. Each sinking fed the ledger of war, piling numbers that would one day define strategy and sorrow in equal measure. In convoy control rooms, signals officers mapped Wolfpack tactics in real time, altering escorting screens to close gaps where U-boats probed most. The effect was immediate: fewer successful penetrations, more engagements at the edge of detection, and an increase in damaged but not sunk merchant vessels, the human calculus shifted. Rescues prioritized endangered ships, shepherded by corvettes and destroyers, and the morale of merchant crews, sustained by disciplined escort tactics. On a misty morning, Commander John Blythe ordered a daring counterattack, leading a hunter-killer group that drove a U-boat to surface and forced surrender. The captured captain's eyes were hollow. The boat's pressure hull was scarred, and the batteries acid-streaked from long submerged patrols. Intelligence from such captures fed Allied tactics and improved their predictions of U-boat behavior, creating a feedback loop of advantage. In German coastal hospitals, the wounded trickled in, hands crushed, lungs flooded with seawater, men who had surfed the edge of death and returned less whole. For every wolf taken, 2 more seemed to appear, replacing loss with raw numbers until the human story blurred into operational metrics. No one imagined this would become a war where logistics and intelligence would outpace sheer audacity, where codebreakers, radar men, and aircraft combined to change fate. The night lengthened, but the outlines of a strategic shift had begun to show above the surface. In the black cold, the survivors told stories that stitched together a map of terror and kindness, merchant hands risking themselves to pull strangers aboard from slick decks. Chaplains offered hurried prayers as lifeboats bobbed among the wrecks. Some men kissed rosary beads, others smoked to keep warm. Rescue ships worked through oil and fire, hoisting men on stretchers and listening for voices underwater with hydrophones tuned for the merest whisper. On the U-boat, a petty officer read a letter from home twice and then burned it, the ash floating like an answer to the sea's appetite. Command decisions, ordered by Admiralty, shaped by intelligence and weather, dictated whether convoys routed north or south, saving some and imperiling others. The cost could be measured in faces. A butcher from Liverpool, a stoker from Nova Scotia, a radio operator from New Zealand. Names that filled lists and emptied churches. Engineers recalibrated depth charge settings to explode at precise pressures that maximized hull rupture while minimizing wasted ordnance. Every technical refinement had a human echo, a life spared or a life lost, balanced against the cold math of tonnage and supply lines. What they didn't yet know was that the moral ledger would never be neat, that victory would always carry the stain of the dead who made it possible. The longest night kept its pace, and the sea recorded everything in silence and salt. At dawn, when the fires finally died and the horizon cleared for a breath, bodies lay like punctuation marks across the black water. Survivors clung to fragments of wood that had once been a home, a cargo hold, a world. Their faces were carved by salt and shock. Across command rooms, the casualty lists were tallied against the tonnage sinks, and strategic planners translated grief into movement and countermeasures. Airfields buzzed with sorties ferrying aircraft to widen the net, while shipyards retooled to rush corvettes and escorts into service with grim efficiency. In whispered conversations, sailors compared scars and how close a depth charge had come to cutting a man in two, the details too grotesque to print, but too vivid to forget. The Atlantic was a ledger of endurance now, supply lines stretched, morale tested, and the calculus of war forced into a new shape. Donitz and his admirals convened maps and arguments, noting the shift in efficiency and the growing peril posed by Allied air and sea cooperation. No one imagined this would become the hinge upon which the larger war turned, a season that would teach both sides how to innovate under pressure. That night, the Atlantic seemed endless, and every heartbeat beneath it felt like a countdown. The sea, patient and indifferent, had become a witness to a human measuring of courage and cost. Engines hummed low and steady as a flight of B-24 Liberators slid over a fog-choked sea, their 4 Pratt & Whitney R1830 radials coughing condensation into the grey dawn. Through the plexiglass, pilot squadron leader Tom Hayes watched a faint wake and called for a slow bank to vector the lee light into position, trusting the lamp's 22 million candela beam to cut through night like a blade. Below, an escort carrier, HMS Audacity, on one patrol, an American escort carrier on another, ran at 18 knots, its deck crews poised to launch fighters the moment voice nets cracked with contact reports. The ship's catapults thrummed and arrestor gear clanked, a mechanical heartbeat matched to the rhythm of urgency. On board a corvette, HF/DF operators hunched over their equipment, noting a bearing that bled into the chart like an ink line, giving proof to a suspicion. Men in the sonar pit exchanged clipped phrases and adjusted depth charge settings to the measured curves of lethal pressure. Above them all, distant radio static carried the breath of Donitz's command, and his silhouette would be lit later by the very messages he relied upon. The combination of radar, air power, and huff-duff had become a new apparatus of war, one that measured sound and light as effectively as steel once did. This morning, those instruments would turn an interception into a kill. The ocean that once hid them now faced a sky and an ear that had learned how to find secrets. A Liberator dropped like a hawk, and the lee light snapped on, turning a black field into a wash of white that pinned a periscope like an insect against glass. The submarine attempted crash dive, but the aircraft's bombs and partner destroyers timed a pattern of pressure and concussion that matched calculated hull breach thresholds. On the bridge of U-604, the watch felt the first concussion as if the sea itself had struck them. Rivets trembled, and a thin smell of burning insulation crept through vents. Depth charges fell in set arrays calibrated to explode at 50, 100, and 150 meters, creating pressure waves that bent steel and loosed rivets. On the carrier, aircrew cheered quietly while maintenance teams prepared for return and reload, their movements efficient because they had practiced this choreography for weeks. In London, Admiralty teleprinters received the kill report and fed it into a ledger where successes translated into ships, saved and convoys rerouted. The Corps' extended air coverage and quick vectored response produced the effect a U-boat forced into an expensive, survivable but humiliating retreat, or destroyed. What they didn't yet know was how much cumulative pressure these patterns would place on the Kriegsmarine's capacity to sustain long patrols. The tide was turning not in a single dramatic sweep, but by repetition, by attrition shaped by new tools. Men on both sides felt the change like a slow bruise forming beneath the skin of strategy. On the bridge of the escort carrier HMS Avenger, fighters were being fueled and armed with 20 cannons and synchronized radios to hand off contacts to patrolling liberators, creating an aerial web that extended the eyes of the convoy. Captain Edward Mallory watched a plotted bearing collapse into a contact on the radar screen and ordered a fighter launch to drive a U-boat under or to pin it while destroyers closed in. The effect was lethal when it worked. Aircraft forced the boats submerged where battery drain and reduced speed turned them from hunters into drifting targets. Submerged endurance, once measured in hours, shrank as diesel battery charge and air scrubbers were stressed. The physics of battery amperage and oxygen absorption became the arithmetic of life. In wet, cramped battery compartments, mechanics checked plates and topsides for acid leaks. A single compromised cell could flood a patrol with fumes and doom escape. In convoy rooms ashore, HQ adjusted sailings, folding in ultra hints and HF/DF bearings to move merchant lines wider and deny ambush geometry. The strategic consequence was clear. By extending detection and response, the Allies denied the U-boats the sanctuary of the mid-Atlantic gap. No one imagined that within a year, such coordinated air-sea operations would regularly force entire Wolfpacks to abort patrols and limp home. The Hunter's map was shrinking, and the Hunter's options were counted now in hours and kilowatts instead of bravado. On a misty morning in Tobermory, escort crews trained with live depth charge patterns, learning the drop arcs that maximized overpressure within a hull's collapse radius. Each training sortie reduced the time from contact to action. A corvette's captain like Ian Forbes practiced box formations until maneuvers became muscle memory, because in battle memories were quicker than orders. Escort carriers moved in closer to convoys and replaced empty sea with a protective ring of wings and radar signatures. The cost in fuel was high, but so too was the payoff in saved tonnage. Allied planners fed these lessons into a strategy that marshaled production power, more escort carriers, more liberators with extra fuel tanks, and more ASW-equipped frigates, with horsepower and endurance, suited to long escorts. The effect was to turn the ocean into a contested chessboard, where air and surface pieces worked in concert to deny U-boat freedom. In Lorient, Dönitz read the same reports and ordered further radio discipline and scattered patrol lines, but the symmetry of action favored the Allies' expanding resources. What they didn't yet know was that as industrial capacity met operational technique, the cumulative effect would be decisive. Technology married to logistics would outpace ingenuity alone. Convoys began to arrive with fewer losses, and confidence among merchant crews grew in step. The hunter was learning caution, the hunted bold. Behind the scenes, HF/STF stations in the Azores, Iceland, and the British Isles triangulated every U-boat transmission, converting a moment of German command into an approximate position on a map. Radio rooms rang with bearings that were crude at first, degrees off by a dozen. But as calibration improved, so did accuracy, and escorts learned to steam toward those arcs like bloodhounds. The consequence was mechanical: more U-boats forced to change heading, more fuel spent, fewer torpedoes fired in optimal spreads, and ultimately fewer sinkings. On U-boat bridges, captains cursed the new reality and ordered stricter silence protocols, because a single set course message could be enough to invite detection. In the engine rooms, men rationed precious diesel, counting knots like coins to be spent only when absolutely necessary. The logistics of war bit deep, and immediate range calculations, fuel consumption rates, and the maintenance cycles of twin diesel engines suddenly mattered as much as tactics. Allied mathematicians fed Ultra and HF/STF results into convoy routing, reducing risk through movement rather than confrontation alone. No one imagined that a radio bearing could do what fleets of battleships could not: change the map of danger. The ocean that once hid them now betrayed every ripple, every breath. The hunter had become legend, and legend was dying. Meanwhile, aircraft range increased as American production flooded bases with long-endurance liberators fitted with extra drop tanks, while escort carriers multiplied the reach of smaller fighters that could stay on station for hours. Pilots flew patrols at altitudes from 150 to 1,000 feet. When searching, burning thousands of gallons, but bringing an eye to the dark gap that had once sheltered U-boats. The practical effect was harsh. U-boats had to choose between surfacing to recharge batteries under watchful skies, or remaining submerged and slowly depleting power reserves needed for evasive speed. In the cramped battery cells, mechanics monitored voltage and amperage, and cursed the need to stay submerged far beyond design endurance, knowing that chemical limits could not be cheated. Convoys altered courses proactively, and escort commanders plotted intercept vectors that honored both HF SLARs and ultra hints, forcing U-boats into inefficient approaches. The combination of persistent air cover and real-time naval tactics reduced the Wolves' freedom more effectively than any single weapon. What they didn't yet know was that these repeated denials would also force doctrinal changes in Germany. New boats, new tactics, and ultimately desperate measures that risked crews more than ever before. The strategic balance was tilting because industry and intelligence were relentless companions. The sea's character had changed. It was now an arena of sensors and engines as much as of waves and wind. On board surviving U-boats, fatigue and calculation warred in locked compartments where men adjusted to life measured in kilowatt hours and oxygen scrubber cycles. The human body measured in ration packs and sleep stolen in 5-minute slits. Captain Eberhard Zimmermann wrote terse patrol notes that read like mechanical checklists: battery status, hull integrity, periscope hours, and bearing warnings received. Men kept a ledger of repair intervals, noting how many hours a noisy main bearing cost them in stealth, and how much a leaky hatch would invite disaster under aerial illumination. Every technical detail, propeller pitch, battery amperage, periscope clearance, felt like a line in a survival manual. Meanwhile, in Allied harbors, training schools refined ASW doctrine into doctrine that could be taught quickly to new crews. Effectiveness rose with each cycle of education and deployment. The net effect was exponential. As more crews learned the same lessons, they replicated successful responses in theaters across the Atlantic. No one imagined that the ocean could be taught tactics, but it had been through instruments, doctrine, and repetition. The experts on both sides recalculated daily, and small material advantages became strategic ones. The hunter found fewer hunting grounds. The hunted began to coordinate defenses into webs that could hold. When a dawn finally came, where a convoy passed with fewer losses, the relief was quiet and practiced, not triumphant, because every saved ship represented thousands of lives and months of supply. In command rooms, officers updated maps and wrote memos that read like engineering manuals, procedures to maintain air coverage, redundancy in HF/DF, and constant integration of decrypted intelligence. Donitz, watching reports, saw the numbers shift and felt the pressure of attrition reach into his command calculus. He ordered changes, but the underlying material imbalance favored the Allies. Ships rebuilt, crews rotated, and the industrial tide rolled inexorably towards sustained escort and air superiority. The sea itself had not changed, but the instruments, radar, HF/DF, carrier-based aircraft had, and that change, applied relentlessly, altered where and how men would die or live. The Wolves were forced deeper, their chances narrowed, and the ocean, once a cloak, had become a map of vulnerability. The hunter, once mythic in stealth, became a relic of a season now closing. The fog closed around the convoy like a slow curtain, and the SS Fort Merchant limped forward with a fractured bow, her boilers coughing steam into the grey morning. On her bridge, Captain James Hargreaves craned his neck to pick out the silhouettes of escort corvettes through the haze, while the wireless operator hunched over a set of warped valves and a static-filled receiver. Engines thumped at reduced RPM, triple expansion plants working under strain, and every shudder through the frame felt like a complaint from the hull. Men lashed down loose gear, checking lifeboat davits and the integrity of bulkhead seals, because they had been trained to expect failure even before it arrived. In a separate channel, Escort Commander Lieutenant Commander Alec Gordon broadcast a zigzag alteration that some ships heard clearly, and others only as a fragment lost to interference. The Corps' storm-driven scatter and damaged steering gear produced the effect, a widened formation with stragglers vulnerable to shadowing U-boats. On the flanks, hydrophones hissed with indistinct bearings. Aztec pings returned echoes too faint to be decisive. From the conning towers of distant U-boats, periscopes painted faint needles above the water, eyes searching a honeycomb of targets. For the men aboard the convoy, the world narrowed to engines, radio crackle, and the scent of diesel and wet canvas. No one aboard could know yet how quickly confusion and courage would entangle into catastrophe. At 3:40, a single torpedo found hold in the Empire Dawn, punching a hole beneath her waterline and opening her belly to the sea with a rush of cold that swallowed light. Alarm bells screamed. Men ran with lifebelts shoved under arms, while stokers bled steam from boilers in a frantic attempt to keep power. The immediate effect was mechanical and brutal: flooded compartments, loss of electrical lighting, and a list that made ladders traitors underfoot. In the dark and wind, the nearest corvette steamed in, depth charge crew at readiness. While radio reports jostled for priority on the band, survivors scrambled to lifeboats as oil slicked the water and mingled with splinters of deck and cargo, forming a drifting graveyard of personal effects. On the U-boat that delivered the strike, the captain watched through a periscope and felt both the professional satisfaction of a successful intercept and a nameless weight that came with the sight of men clinging to wreckage. The calculus of success and human cost had no common currency aboard these vessels. Tonnage was tallied in headquarters, the same way names were listed in parish records. What they didn't yet know was that one sinking would ripple through the convoy's cohesion for hours, creating the gaps and delays U-boats needed to exploit. The sea collected the scene without judgment, carrying debris and memory alike toward distant coasts. Communication frayed as message traffic spiked. Some ships received the new routing orders too late, others not at all, and a small group of freighters found themselves isolated in a sector where the wolves had gathered. Escort coordination became a matter of shouted bearings and visual signals as radio silence protocols clashed with the need for real-time direction. A corvette ordered a hard turn to close a gap, and two merchant captains misread the lamp signals. One turned starboard, the other port, creating a corridor that an attentive U-boat slipped into like a needle through fabric. The Corps' miscommunication under stress produced immediate effect, a concentration of targets where none should have been. On deck, sailors pointed toward burning silhouettes and debated whether to slow for rescue or press on to save the remainder of the convoy. The moral calculus was instantaneous and brutal: stop and risk more ships, or save speed and leave men behind. In the cold light, hands trembled as signals flashed and radios hissed. Some decisions were reversed too late. No one imagined this would become a recurring pattern, small errors amplifying into tragedy under the pressure of war and weather. The sea took no sides in these mistakes. It simply magnified their consequences. When a corvette's deck gunners found the U-boat silhouette and trained their 20 mm cannons, the periscope was struck and shattered in a rain of glass and spray, throwing bubbles and fragments across the grey water. The effect was instantaneous and visible. The U-boat, deprived of its eye, was forced to dive blind. The captain cursed, and the crew scrambled to improvised periscope repairs, while the boat went deep to ride out the incoming depth charge pattern. Above the water, survivors clung to floating benches and spars, their faces lit by burning oil and the intermittent flash of flares. Rescue attempts became hazardous chores. Seafarers rode into slicks, where flames floated and where shifting currents could swallow a small boat as easily as a man. In the wardrooms and engine rooms, conversations turned to the futility of bravery when mechanical failure intersected with human error. Engineers calculated repair timetables and predicted that another mission would be compromised. What they didn't yet know was how many small mechanical failures, one after another, would bleed the convoy's strength until it was a pale shadow of the formation that had left port. The sea kept its ledger in the bodies it carried, and in the metal that sank beneath it, registering every small fracture as part of a larger accounting. Amid the floating wreckage, acts of defiant compassion appeared, merchant seamen jumping into burning water to haul crewmates aboard, radio operators stripping off soaked clothing to share body heat, and captains shelving the orders of convoy discipline to become lifeboat shepherds. The immediate human effect was raw and heroic. Men who had never met before bound themselves into crews of rescue, improvising stretchers, and forming human chains in cold, oily seas. In the background, coastal patrol aircraft circled and dropped survival gear, Mae Wests raised rafts and flares with mechanical precision that belied the chaos below. But supply was finite. For every life saved, there were others claimed by hypothermia hours later, despite the best efforts of medics and volunteers. Hospitals later recorded injuries, perforated lungs from pressure, frostbite so severe fingers had to be amputated, and psychological traumas that would haunt survivors in peacetime. On the U-boats that watched this scene, some crewmen felt a brief, private shame and others a hardening resolve. Both reactions fed into a cycle of human consequence, seldom measured in Admiralty dispatches. No one imagined that these acts of rescue would become as integral to the story as the sinkings themselves, small humanities etched into a narrative otherwise dominated by tonnage tables. The sea received both kinds of human response and kept them together in its cold wake. Back at convoy headquarters, fog of varying kinds, meteorological and informational, led to delayed decisions. Some escorts returned to ports for urgent refit, others were reallocated to new threats, and the central picture of the convoy's status blurred into uncertainty. The operational effect was immediate, without coherent command and concentrated escort strength. Vertices of vulnerability multiplied. Intelligence reports, some accurate and some outdated, mixed into a stew of half-truths that produced reactive, rather than proactive measures. In London, Admiralty officers argued over allocation. Should more destroyers be sent to the mid-Atlantic, at the cost of leaving coastal convoys thinner? The Corps' scarce resources meeting unpredictable weather produced effects measured in lost cargo and delayed supplies for armies and civilians alike. On the German side, U-boat commanders read the reports with mixed feelings. Success tasted hollow when they saw the human bodies stitched to the numbers they'd been ordered to maximize. No one imagined how soon this grinding attrition would transform strategy, from opportunistic hunting into desperate attempts to preserve force and crew. The sea remained impartial, and the operational calculus continued to slide toward a logistical war, where supply chains mattered as much as single victories. As night fell again, the scattered lifeboats bobbed like dark seeds on a black sea, and the survivors huddled together in makeshift silence, sharing sodden rations and shivering stories of impact. Some sang quietly to keep voices working. Others spoke in fragments that repeated like mantras to keep the mind from slipping into shock. Rescue cutters worked through the oil and the wreckage, their crews trained to take aboard 60, 80 men at a time, stacking bodies in holds like somber cargo. Meanwhile, shore parties in ports catalogued return names and checked off survivors, creating lists that would be sent to families in brittle envelopes. The social effect was cumulative. ports filled with men who had watched comrades die, and communities adjusted to receptions of survivors, who returned altered in ways small and large. For every name returned to a mother's hand there were others that would never be written down on a letter. Some were carried only by the memory of a ship's roll call, and the silent nod of a fellow sailor. What they didn't yet know was how deeply these absences would shape post-war towns, chapels with plaques, docks with fewer steps, widows waiting by wind-lashed windows. The sea carried both living and dead, and both were heavy burdens for the world ashore. In the aftermath, official reports reduced the chaos into tidy paragraphs: tonnage lost, escorts deployed, U-boats credited, and sometimes unaccounted for, while private logbooks kept a different truth. The small details of who clung to what, which boats burned longest, and which names were called into the dark. Admirals and captains passed these reports for lessons. Engineers noted failures of pumps and valves, and signal officers rewrote lamp protocols to avoid the misread turn that had cost so many. The immediate organizational effect was a cascade of reforms: better convoy discipline, redundant communication checks, and increased emphasis on rapid rescue capacity. On the human side, families received telegrams with the formal language of loss, and communities began to fold these letters into their calendars of remembrance. The moral cost resisted any ledger. The sea had not given victory nor defeat that night, only an absolute silence where voices had been. As the pens in Lorient and London prepared new orders and the ships readied for the next crossing, the men who survived carried the weight of memory like wet clothing, impossible to shrug off and impossible to ignore. The radio room hummed with a single exhausted command, and the same phrase threaded through dozens of battered cabins: engage at all costs. A crackling transmission from Lorient repeated the order in measured German, the voice of an officer who had spent months turning strategy into habit. In the narrow corridor of U-534, the radio operator let the headphones slip from his ear and stared at the spool of wire that fed him static and orders. Knowing the line between obedience and survival had never been thinner. Outside, the sea pressed cold against the hull. Inside, the engine room measured strain in revolutions per minute and oil temperature. The gauges stubbornly blinking numbers that told of extended patrols and deferred maintenance. Men on watch checked battery voltages and scrubber efficiency like men checking their own pulse, because the physics of endurance now dictated whether a patrol would be possible at all. The order produced immediate movement. Commanders tightened patrol zones and extended missions beyond designed endurance, pushing twin diesel engines and lead-acid batteries into realms engineers had warned against. Crews moved with a practiced silence, each step a small casualty of wear. In command posts, staff officers annotated maps with the same grim strokes they had used since 1939, but the ink now trembled with uncertainty. What they didn't yet know was whether obedience could outpace collapse. In the Kriegsmarine's coastal headquarters, Donitz listened to reports with an actor's still face, pencil tapping a margin where ship names became a list of dwindling options. He issued directives that read like the work of a man trying to hold together a machine that was unfixable by decree: reposition the remaining boats, increase radio discipline, prioritize supply routes to Norway. The effects were immediate on paper: new grid assignments, altered rendezvous, and cruelly inadequate in steel. Fewer operational boats, damaged periscopes, fuel shortages that made calculated range a fiction. Supply officers argued over spare parts, while dock workers ferried batteries patched from older boats, a mechanical bricolage born of necessity. In the pens, mechanics tattooed their hands with oil and salt, as they patched hull plating that had seen too many depth charge concussions, knowing repairs could buy a single extra patrol or a single extra life. Men who once spoke loudly now converse in whispers, worried about reprisals and the moral cost of endless orders. What they didn't yet know was how rapidly the material shortages would translate into strategic impotence, turning doctrine into myth. Orders kept coming, ships kept sailing, the ocean kept its counsel. On a moonless night, U-977 slipped its moorings despite hull scarring and a crew short. 3 men who had been reassigned to shore duties, their absence a small but telling arithmetic of attrition. The commander, a gaunt man named Ernst Vogelsang, filed course corrections into the log with hands that trembled from lack of sleep and too many long dives. He plotted a patrol that demanded battery endurance, measured in hours the boat was not designed to hold, calculating amperage drain and oxygen consumption until the numbers blurred together on the margin. The Corps' orders to continue pressure missions produced the effect, a patrol that would push men and machines into brinksmanship. Below decks, men double-checked fuse settings, torpedo gyro angles, and the seamanship of hatches that had swollen with salt and disuse. In the mess, conversations turned to letters at home, the smell of a daughter's hair, the color of a wife's eyes, small things that became fuel for courage. No one imagined this would become the script for the final chapters of many careers. Quiet departures, long silences, and the occasional note written in case the sea did not return them. The boat dove, the diesel coughs converting into electric whine, and the world above grew distant in both space and certainty. In Allied compasses rooms, intelligence reports noted the pattern: more desperate patrols, odd rendezvous, and an uptick in transmissions with the same clipped urgency. HF/DF bearings picked up frantic arcs that suggested boats were being pushed into riskier positions to cover retreating convoys or to interdict dwindling supply lines. The effect was operational. Allied escorts watched for these signs and tightened screens where desperation concentrated movement into choke points easy to police. Planes with extended-range fuel tanks began to patrol at altitudes chosen for endurance rather than surprise, trading stealth for coverage, while carrier groups funneled air power into the routes where last-ditch German efforts concentrated. On a cold dawn, a Sunderland located a surfaced U-boat refueling from a captured tanker, and the engagement that followed underscored the new imbalance. A single aircraft could now force a boat to submerge and drain its limited battery stores for hours. In command rooms, Admiralty officers translated these encounters into policy: deny the sea to those who tried to make it a last stand. What the U-boat arm didn't yet know was that the margin for heroic gambits had passed. Material reality now determined who could fight and who could only wait. The call from below became an echo from a shrinking theater of operation. Inside the steel coffin of U-521, the mood was one of resignation threaded with small rituals: men cleaning boots, sharpening knives, folding letters under the soles of boots to keep them from being lost in the dark. A Captain Heinrich Müller wrote a short farewell to his wife on a small scrap of paper, folding it carefully and slipping it into his breast pocket like a talisman more than a message. He wrote not grand words but requests about the care of a son and the handling of a small savings book, practicalities that admitted defeat in the most ordinary way. The physical details of the environment fed into the emotional calculus: the stale warmth of the engine room, the acidic tang of battery off-gassing, the creaks that multiplied in long submergence, all became textured proof that the boat had already been tested beyond its intended endurance. Men read in turns from a smuggled newspaper, more to hear a voice than to learn news, and the pages felt thinner than the lives they described. The Corps' long deployments without replenishment wore thin the men's discipline and left them vulnerable to both mechanical failure and psychological collapse. No one aboard imagined that this small private ritual of farewell would become the template of so many endings. They dove again, not for glory, but to obey a final tired command. On shore, families gathered at the harbour, watching the boats slide from silhouette to seaward grey, not knowing the true condition of the men aboard or the depth of the collapse they represented. Wives smoothed coats and prayed with a practiced cadence, as if ritual could trade the hard arithmetic of war for grace. In the yards, dock workers who had once repaired hulls with steady hands now moved with the economy of people who knew parts were missing and tools scarce, improvising patches and jury-rigging air scrubbers from spares cannibalized from other boats. The effect on morale ashore was visible. Newspapers printed fewer heroics and more lists, telegram offices swelled with curt notices, and churches kept later vigils as names failed to return. In the vegetation behind the docks, old veterans smoked and watched through binoculars, their faces folded like maps of memory. They recognized the same features of fear and determination they had once borne, and it made them quiet. What they didn't yet know was how the loss of material would follow the loss of men into peacetime, shaping communities with holes and ghosted occupations. The call from below had already begun to alter the shore as much as the sea. As the war carved toward its end, orders grew harsher and less strategic. Defend at all costs became a mantra that replaced nuance, and small commands translated into fatal gambits. Submarines were redirected to intercept convoys carrying food and fuel to Norway, where German garrisons clawed at supply lines in a final, grinding economy of survival. The Corps' political will overriding operational reality produced the effect: boats sent out without adequate escorts or fuel, operating at the ragged edge of competence. Crews grew colder in the face of such directives. Some followed with grim acceptance, others with quiet dissent that could not safely be voiced. Technical failure increased as seawater corroded wiring and salt ate through seals that had once been pristine. Oxygen scrubbers clogged more easily, and batteries lost capacity at rates that defied hope. Commanders who questioned orders found themselves reassigned or relieved, an effect that hollowed the leadership pool and ensured compliance at the cost of competence. No one imagined this could continue indefinitely. Yet the machinery of war orders ships. Men kept turning until the very fabric of command frayed. The call from below had become a plea in many hearts, even if the loudspeakers still contained only command. When surrender finally came, it arrived not as a singular trumpet, but as a series of small, exhausted signals, flags raised, periscopes stilled, engines slowed to the pace of men too tired to keep up the pretense of battle. Boats surfaced to the light, like animals that had been hiding too long, commanders handing over codes and charts, with hands that trembled from relief and shame in the same breath. Donitz's voice, once the low instrument of doctrine, carried now a weight that traced the arc from command to concession. He signed papers that closed a chapter his officers had fought to keep open. Crews disembarked in silence, faces hollowed by months of pressure and noise. Some sat for a long time on the quayside, staring at the water, as if waiting for a friend to return. Men folded farewell letters into their pockets, and burned others for privacy, the ash hanging in the air like small, shared confessions. The immediate effect ashore was a jumble of reunion and grief. The coastlines of Germany receiving men who had been tempered by long exposure to the sea, and to orders that asked too much. No one imagined that the wolves would end not in glory, but in a peculiar, quiet disappearance, their terror and fame fading into the larger narrative of defeat and recovery. They dove one last time, not to strike, but to disappear into the darkness they once ruled. The harbour lights were dimmed, but the sky was pale with early morning as the first white flags crept above the quays. Down in a concrete U-boat pen, sailors moved like ghosts, unfastening lashings and opening hatches with hands numb from salt and shock. On the surface, diesel engines idled at a whisper as boats disengaged moorings and nosed toward open water under escort, each screw turning at a cautious 2 to 5 revolutions per second to conserve fuel. Lieutenant Wilhelm Brandt of U-254 shoved a scrubbed paper into his breast pocket and watched the rope go taut between his boat and the Allied trawler pulling alongside. Across the channel, British sailors trained Lee Enfield rifles into calm faces, while Royal Navy officers clipped codebooks from surrendered radio rooms. The mechanical soundscape was small and particular: winches groaning, diesel ticks, periscope housings scraping seawater, details that carried the drama more than any shout. Signals officers barked orders through megaphones to haul up the swastika flags and raise the white handkerchiefs in exchange for safe passage to port. Men who had once been hunters now stood exposed on decks, sleeves rolled, faces drained of the practiced hardness that had been their armor. For many, surrender was not a single moment but a sequence of small acts: keys handed over, codes recited, logbooks opened. In the air above, an RAF Liberator circled low, its engines a distant metronome to the slow ritual of capitulation. In command rooms in Flensburg, Admiral Karl Donitz listened to the radio with a face that had learned how to govern both strategy and surrender. He had been appointed Reich President in Hitler's final hours, and now bore the weight of ordering an end to a campaign that had once been his life's purpose. His staff arranged the wording of transmissions carefully, wanting a tone that would stop bloodshed without provoking mutiny from die-hard commanders. The final orders were concise: cease offensive operations, surface when safe, hoist white flags, and await instructions from Allied forces. Operators copied the message onto multiple bands and sent it outward on frequencies U-boats still monitored despite the chaos. On submarines at sea, operators heard the coded lines crackle through the static and passed them down metal ladders to captains who read them with hands that would not steady. A captured transcript later showed Donitz's voice as calm but strained, the kind of voice that carried duty and regret in equal measure. In ports, Allied commanders received notifications and prepared to accept numbers of prisoners, medical emergencies, and the task of sorting war material. The practical effects were immediate: guns were lashed, periscopes stowed, and boarding parties assembled with medical kits and lists of questions. What they didn't yet know was how many boats would obey, and how many would choose the sea as their grave. At sea, the process of surrendering was procedural and intimate at once. A choreography of compliance carved in metal and salt. Allied boarding teams climbed rickety ramps onto conning towers, where diesel stench mixed with the sharp tang of petrol and cigarette smoke. Medical orderlies checked hands and eyes, swabs and bandages recorded in neat columns on clipboards, the human ledger of a long war. Captains signed forms that recorded serial numbers of torpedoes, radio sets, and cipher machines, their pens tracing lines that would become evidence in courts and archives. The Enigma machines were carefully packed and inventoried, the keys and reflector plates labeled and separated so intelligence officers could close the loop at Bletchley Park. In the summers of some harbours, Dock workers photographed hull scars and depth charge damage to help scientists understand underwater concussion effects on pressure hulls. A young British petty officer, Tom Reynolds, remembered feeling pity and a strange professional curiosity as he examined rivet patterns and plate buckling on surrendered U-boats. The juxtaposition was stark. Men who had once hidden beneath seas were now objects of forensic attention, their craft studied like specimens. Yet for the prisoners, the moment of capture brought immediate practical concerns: food, medical care, and the knowledge they would not return home for months, possibly years. The war's machinery slowed, but its meticulousness remained. Surrender meant paperwork as much as it meant relief. In interrogation rooms ashore, Allied intelligence officers questioned captured commanders about Wolfpack doctrine, radio procedures, and the logistics that had sustained the U-boat arm. Some officers answered with bluntness, offering technical details about battery capacities and periscope optical ranges, while others remained stoic, invoking only obedience to orders. A few, like Kapitän Lieutenant Günther Prien, who had become a reluctant celebrity, reflected on tactics and the human cost, speaking slowly about the weight of decisions made in the dark. Translators wrote down names, serial numbers, and ship manifests, connecting material evidence to human testimony in a ledger that would inform post-war tribunals and histories. Naval engineers took measurements of propeller, pitch and shaft vibrations to understand how depth charge pulses had deformed metal at precise frequencies. Photographs were catalogued and sent to naval yards, where fatigue analysts compared stress lines with documented depth charge patterns from engagements. The forensic work had practical consequences. Allied planners used the data to refine ASTIC settings and depth charge fusing for future operations, turning surrender into technical advantage. For German seamen, the interrogations were sometimes relief, sometimes humiliation, and often a confusing mixture of both as they tried to reconcile duty with defeat. Families ashore would later receive letters describing these moments in stark, unadorned language, the reality too sharp to soften for public pages. What they didn't yet know was how these collected facts would shape naval doctrine for generations to come. In harbours like Lockheed and Scarpaflow, white flags fluttered among signal masts, and Allied crews began the slow work of inventorying surrendered boats. Engineers climbed into pressure hulls with micrometers and steel tapes, noting plate thickness and the locations of weld seams to trace the craftsmanship that had made U-boats both resilient and fragile. Prisoner processing centers logged men by name, rank, and boat number, grouping them into units for transport to POW camps, where they would live under Geneva protections that sometimes felt thin at the edges. Medical officers recorded injuries, burst eardrums from depth charge concussions, decompression trauma, and frostbite from long patrols in Arctic waters. Chaplains walked through tents offering brief consolations as men wrote letters home that would be censored and delayed by bureaucracy. Local civilians came to the quays, some with curiosity, others with anger, watching the defeated sailors disembark with a complexity of feeling that civil war can sometimes evoke. Among the items surrendered were logbooks filled with coordinates that would later help historians map the extent of the Atlantic campaign in chilling detail. Technical manuals, torpedo maintenance logs, and fuel consumption records were photocopied and transmitted back to London and Washington for analysis. The practical effect was immediate. The Allies could cross-reference submitted data with ultra-intercepts to build a more complete picture of past operations. Surrender was thorough. It bled operational knowledge into the hands of those who had once been hunted. In Germany, the announcement of surrender hit shipyards and cafes with a muted, grinding sound, less like celebration and more like the slamming of a great door. Workers who had welded hulls now leaned on benches, unsure whether to return to civilian tasks or prepare for occupation duties. Donitz, his tenure brief and embattled, faced the reality that naval power had dissolved into paperwork and that his final transmissions would be studied rather than obeyed. He requested humane treatment for prisoners and the orderly disposal of remaining ordinances, orders that were carried out with varying fidelity by local commanders. In some ports, German crews were billeted under Allied oversight and given basic rations, while officers negotiated the formalities of internment. Photographers recorded scenes of surrender, boats tied up under guard, flags removed, and boards stamped by control officers, images that would later be printed in histories and newspapers with a range of editorial tones. Despite the formalities, resentment and relief coexisted in equal measure among men who had survived the Atlantic's attrition. Children in coastal towns collected spent shell fragments as souvenirs, a tactile reminder that victory and loss lived side by side on the shore. Admirals and politicians prepared final dispatches that would define blame and responsibility for the submarine campaign and its costs. What they didn't yet know was how the legal and moral aftermath would unfold in tribunals, reparations, and collective memory. In a few isolated instances, commanders chose another end. Scuttle orders were given to prevent boats and codes from falling into enemy hands, and hatches were opened to let seawater reclaim metal that had hunted so long. These acts were both technical and symbolic. Valves were opened in sequence to flood ballast tanks. Explosive charges were set to break pressure hulls at calculated points, and salvage risks were considered against the desire for denial. On beaches, naval demolition teams later surveyed the wreckage, counting fractured ribs of steel, and noting where scuttling charges had failed or succeeded. Survivors of such scuttling spoke in low voices of the moral calculus that had sent men to choose water over surrender, of pride and fear braided tightly together. Allied naval officers sometimes watched in silence as U-boats slipped beneath waves, with a small flare of sadness at the sight of disciplined men choosing oblivion over capture. Yet for many Allied sailors, the end of the U-boat campaign meant relief, a reprieve from sleepless nights on convoy bridges and from the smell of burning oil. Repatriation plans began in earnest, with lists drafted and transports requisitioned to move prisoners across oceans to camps in Canada, South Africa, and the United States. Families waited weeks for notices of location and condition, their anxiety held in telegrams and forms that could not convey the human texture of reunion. The immediate operational effect was a sudden, involuntary pause in underwater warfare, making the Atlantic safer but leaving unanswered the question of how to process a conflict's moral ledger. What they didn't yet know was how the sea's graves and the men who chose them would be memorialized or forgotten by the nations they once served. In the months after surrender, catalogues of U-boat losses and prisoner lists were assembled into archives that would form the backbone of naval history and policy studies for decades. Naval museums began acquiring periscopes, enigma displays, and sections of pressure hull to tell the story in metal and glass, translating wartime trauma into teaching and remembrance. Tribunal transcripts and internal logs provided scholars and families with sources that balanced numbers with human testimony, enabling a fuller, if painful, accounting. Former U-boat sailors wrote memoirs in small presses, some apologetic, others defensive, giving voice to experiences that official histories could not easily encompass. War cemeteries filled with markers, some anonymous, some bearing names, and coastal memorials included lists of the lost from merchant and naval fleets alike. Children played near piers, where once the roar of engines and depth charges had dominated the night, and elders told stories that folded personal grief into national narratives. Technical lessons learned from hull failures and depth charge effects informed post-war submarine design, leading to larger pressure hulls, improved acoustic insulation, and better emergency systems. Strategists argued over the ethics of unrestricted submarine warfare and the line between military necessity and atrocity, debates that would continue into international law. The ocean kept its own account, wrecks logged on sonar charts, graves marked by currents, and memories whispered among fishermen who still found ankle bones in nets. What they didn't yet know was how long it would take for nations to reconcile the engineering of war with the human cost it had exacted. The concrete quay smelled of diesel and salt as chains clanked, and men shouted to be heard over the morning wind. Along the breakwater, a row of surrendered U-boats lay on the tide like sleeping beasts, their dark flanks scarred by paint and depth-charge dents. Decks were cleared, periscopes lashed, and Enigma machines packed into crates by naval clerks who stamped inventory tags with deliberate hands. In 1945 and 1946, the Allies conducted Operation Deadlight, towing scores of these hulls out into the Atlantic to be sunk in measured depths. Royal Navy tugs strained on tow lines, their engines idling at low revolutions per minute to steady hulks that no longer answered to any command. Photographers recorded the procession, pages of metal catalogued for posterity and for the scientists who would study hull failure. For many sailors who had once served within those pressure hulls, watching them pass was a private unsealing of grief and relief. Some touched the cold steel as if to say goodbye. Others turned away to avoid the weight of recognition. The mechanical act of disposal was efficient, almost bureaucratic, a practical solution to a wartime problem that still smelled of salt and oil. The sea accepted the tow and the metal with indifferent rhythm, swallowing evidence as it had swallowed men. Wreaths were prepared on the quay in towns from Kiel to Liverpool, bouquets wrapped in paper and hands trembling as they tied ribbons. Families, veterans, and civic officials gathered for small ceremonies, voices low as they read names from lists that had grown long. A clergyman in a soaked cassock blessed the water and spoke about duty and the inscrutable law of the sea. In some ports, ex-U-boat men returned to toss flowers over the rail, their faces a map of time spent under pressure. British and German hands met awkwardly at the rail as survivors and former foes shared the same cold wind. Photographs from those days show wreaths floating amid oil-slick echoes where ships had burned months earlier. Small children watched from piers and learned the cadence of silence that funerals teach better than words. Memorials were discussed in town halls, committees forming to decide how to mark the dead from both sides. Some argued for plaques and chapels, others said the sea itself was the memorial and should be left unmarked. What they didn't yet know was how these acts of remembrance would settle into national memory, shaping how future generations understood loss. Months after the guns fell silent, naval engineers surveyed the seabed and charted coordinates where hulls would be scuttled or left as hazards for navigation. Charts annotated with depth soundings and tidal data guided the tugs to spots where the ocean's floor would claim steel without compromising shipping lanes. Some boats were sunk by explosives set to breach pressure hulls at calculated points, an exact science that left twisted ribs and open interiors for the deep. Others were simply towed until water rose over their conning towers and then cut loose, rolling quietly into darkness with no ceremony. Divers later recorded the condition of those wrecks, noting collapsed bulkheads, snapped propeller shafts, and equipment stilled in the act of duty. Marine life began to claim the hollows, a scaffold for anemones. a perch for cod, and the ocean repurposed instruments of war into habitats. Fisheries officers worried about the unknown effects of oil and fuel left in sunken tanks, measuring contamination in places where currents gathered. For scientists, the wrecks were archives. For fishermen, they were hazards. And for some relatives, they were tombs reachable only by imagination. The cause, the practical need to dispose of potentially dangerous hulks, produced the effect of new seascapes that combined memory and ecology. No one imagined these iron graves would, decades later, become sites of both archaeological interest and contested ownership. In the years that followed, divers and marine archaeologists began to catalogue the wrecks, pulling sonar signatures that read like fingerprints. Sonar returns painted black silhouettes on screens, and dive teams descended with lights to read nameplates. Encrusted in silt, veterans who had once served aboard these boats sometimes accompanied researchers, guiding gloved hands over rusted control wheels to point out a seam here, a rivet there. Their voices, when heard through water and time, were both instruction and elegy, blending technical detail with memory. Conservationists argued for preservation, citing the historical value of intact pressure hulls and the lessons they taught engineers about fatigue and design. Governments debated whether to leave wrecks undisturbed as war graves or to recover items for museum display, each choice carrying legal and ethical weight. Families petitioned for markers, plaques, and GPS coordinates so that descendants might visit the sites in respectful ways. Naval historians placed archival photos alongside sonar maps, creating exhibitions that traced the arc from construction to scuttling and to the deep. The Corps' post-war curiosity and the development of deep-sea technology produced the effect of renewed attention and debate about what to do with these submerged histories. What they didn't yet know was how the wrecks would become contested spaces between those who saw them as graves and those who saw them as heritage. On wind-swept headlands, memorials were raised, granite tablets, bronze plaques, and stone benches where names were carved in columns. Some memorials honored merchant seamen, others naval crews, and a few attempted the harder balance of remembering all who had been lost at sea. Annual ceremonies drew crowds who lit candles and read lists of names, voices carrying across the same water that had taken so much. In Hamburg, a small chapel near the docks kept a book of the lost, the pages brittle from handling by hands that remembered more than they let on. Veterans associations met to compare wounds and stories, trading practical advice about living with memories that arrived unbidden at dawn. The effect was communal. Grief became shared ritual, and the burden of remembrance softened in numbers and routine. Architects debated the aesthetics of memory, how a curved bench versus a soaring stone might change how visitors felt the weight of loss. Schoolchildren were led on visits, taught to place wreaths and read names aloud as an exercise in civic memory, their small hands learning the language of loss. For some families, the memorials were relief. For others, they were an inadequate substitute for grave markers that could never be laid in known earth. The sea, after its war, became a landscape carved by memory and marked with human attempts to order grief. Fishermen returning to old grounds occasionally hauled up fragments of metal that once belonged to periscopes or fittings stamped with Kriegsmarine numbers. The practical effect was immediate: nets snagged, propellers fouled, and local economies adjusted to new hazards and new curiosities that drew tourists. For some coastal towns, wreck diving became an industry, with charters taking curious visitors to descend to silenced control rooms and to see enamel mugs still attached to desks. Dive operators emphasized respect and regulation, no looting, no souvenir taking, and strict protocols to treat sites as graves when human remains were present. Marine biologists used wrecks to study how steel structures accelerated reef formation, noting increases in local biodiversity around former war machines. Environmentalists pushed for careful remediation of oil pockets and fuel tanks to protect fish stocks and coastal life, lobbying governments for funds. The combined cause, economic opportunity, scientific interest, and ethical concern, produced multi-layered management plans for many wreck sites. Some former sailors took paid work as guides, their intimate knowledge of boat layouts, giving visitors an unvarnished narrative that matched sonar maps. Their voices bridged technical explanation and personal remembrance, turning tour narratives into living oral histories. No one imagined that the wrecks would become classrooms where engineers, historians, and laypeople learned together from the sea's slow grammar. Decades later, reconciliation efforts led to joint ceremonies where former adversaries stood side by side at memorials, laying wreaths together in silent accord. German families met British survivors, and together they read names, shared tea in parish halls, and compared notes on losses that crossed national lines. Museums presented neutral spaces where artifacts from both sides sat under glass, labeled with dates and contexts, rather than triumphalist rhetoric. Naval historians from different countries collaborated on exhibitions that traced technical evolution and human consequence, without glorifying either. Academic conferences debated the ethics of underwater archaeology, and whether war graves should be left undisturbed or documented for posterity. For some veterans the meetings were balm, for others they reopened wounds, better left closed, producing tension even in moments of formal reconciliation. The civic effect was profound. Memorialization practices shifted from triumph to balance, aiming to remember loss without valorizing violence. Local schools incorporated trips to museums, where students learned navigation basics alongside stories of loss, grounding abstract history in real places. The sea's silence, once ominous, found new voices who read it as both warning and lesson. The long arc from conflict to attention produced a fragile piece of memory, stitched by shared rituals and careful scholarship. Years later, sonar scans would add new names to charts, and divers' testimonies would reshape how nations understood loss beneath the waves. Historians compiled lists and cross-checked archives until the skeleton of the campaign was visible in numbers, maps, and human stories. Pilgrimages began to form, a retired submariner from Bremen traveling to a quiet cove in Newfoundland. An elderly mother visiting a plaque in Liverpool acts small and stubborn against forgetting. Museums curated exhibits that juxtaposed a child's toy found in wreckage with a captain's log, making the human cost immediate for new generations. Environmental assessments continued to remind people that the war's detritus had long-term effects, and that care and stewardship were necessary companions to remembrance. The practical effect was policy-protected wreck sites, funding for cleanups, and international agreements on maritime heritage began to appear. What they didn't yet know in those early post-war years was how these scattered memorials and museum cases would, over decades, fold into a broader understanding of shared maritime history. In small moments, an old sailor tracing a rusted compass rose, a child laying flowers on a quay. Memory became embodied in gestures that outlasted speeches and treaties. The Atlantic, vast and patient, kept its own counsel, but offered fragments back to those who listened with maps, names, and the slow work of care. The workstation hummed as a side-scanned sonar sweep painted the seabed in long, grainy strokes of black and white. Operators watched like priests, reading an antique text. A blip resolved into a shadowed silhouette, then into the unmistakable curve of a pressure hull, a dark spine on the ocean floor. The ROV's thrusters whispered as it dropped, its lamps scattering a cone of light that turned silt into glitter and revealed iron ribs folded by time. Technicians monitored depth meters and vehicle heading, calling out ranges in measured tones as the camera tracked along a conning tower, half buried in sediment. Dr. Marta Klein, a marine archaeologist, noted the serial stamping on a corroded hatch, digits that matched a wartime registry, and a hush fell over the control room. In the water, a diver's gloved hand brushed away silt, to expose a painted insignia, flakes of color clinging like memory. The physicality of the moment, the cold, the pressure, the smell of metal through sealed suits, made the past undeniable. Sonar pings, once instruments of war, now guided reverence. The same echoes that had once meant danger, now meant discovery. Cameras recorded everything, not to exploit, but to preserve a quiet record of lives submerged. The salvage plans stayed in folders. Here the goal was knowledge, not possession. Aboard the support vessel, winches creaked as the ROV tether, paid out, and cable tension adjusted to the rhythm of the waves. Each meter of descent a negotiation with gravity and current. Multi-beam returns confirmed the ROV's camera view, hull outline, collapsed conning tower, a twisted propeller shaft that told of abrupt ending and violent pressure. Dr. Klein signaled the pilot to take a close pass over the emblem on the deck, and the feed revealed a faded number that matched the entry in a 1942 patrol log. The Corps' advances in acoustic imaging, deep water robotics, produced the effect of locating graves once thought unreachable. Researchers checked manifold readings and leak sensors on the ROV. The sea at 200 meters pressed with a weight that made every hatch and weld legible in stress patterns. What they didn't yet know was how many stories would be recovered in fragments. A boot, a knife, a log whose ink had held enough to whisper a date. Back on shore, descendants watched live feeds in municipal halls, faces lit by the same cold light that had revealed the insignia. The technology that had once prosecuted war, sonar, long-range sensors, had become a key to memory. Tender hands recorded coordinates, destined for charts and future dives, that would treat the site as both archive and resting place. The ROV withdrew slowly, like a visitor leaving a chapel. Divers in dry suits made careful descents on later missions, their rebreathers recycling air and their lights carving out sanctified spaces amid cold blue. They moved with the slow deliberation of people who understand that contact with human artifacts changes both the object and the observer. Gloves brushed metal, then canvas that had resisted time and microbes in strange chemistry pockets inside hulls. A diver found a pocket knife, its handle swollen but intact, and for a long minute everything else fell away. Maps, theories, charts, leaving only the small, sharp fact of a life. Back on the support vessel, conservators recorded temperature and salinity before anything left the depths, knowing that a rib pulled up too quickly can dissolve the last traces of paint and paper. The Corps' careful conservation protocols, developed since the war, produced the effect of preserving items that otherwise would have returned to rust. Museums later exhibited a mug, a logbook fragment, a compass rose, each labeled with site coordinates, and the slow story of recovery. No one imagined that these small objects would change public understanding so palpably, turning tonnage tables into faces and names. In lecture halls, Students watched footage of divers brushing away silt and listened as veterans explained the layout of bunks and the ritual of watch. The act of touching, however mediated by gloves and glass, made history insist on its human scale. RAF manipulator arms, steady and precise, removed encrusted plaques for analysis under sterile conditions, the mechanical fingers mimicking the hesitance of human hands. Acoustic sampling revealed microhabitats where sea life had colonized the wrecks, anemones clinging to periscope housings, schools of pollock sheltering in hull cavities, transforming instruments of war into reefs. Biologists logged species diversity, noting how steel changed currents and created pockets of life in otherwise barren beds. The effect was ecological. War machines became islands of biodiversity, their twisted metal scaffolding providing new niches on a continental shelf. At conservation conferences, scientists debated whether to leave wrecks undisturbed as graves or to recover materials for study and memorial. Legal advisors reminded audiences that statutes and sovereign jurisdictions made each case a knot of ethics and law. What they didn't yet know was how these ecological transformations would complicate claims of heritage versus habitat, how a hulk could be both a grave and a nursery. Veterans sometimes joined dives as observers, pointing through lamplit haze to the places where they had once stood under compressed air and shouting to be heard. Their voices, when translated into interviews, stitched technical observation with personal memory in a way that solidified public interest. The sea, which had hidden so much, now offered evidence that life persisted on iron bones. In quiet museum galleries, a recovered nameplate would sit beside a sonar image, the two forms of evidence completing one another. Visitors could see the artifact and the map that placed it in space. Curators wrote labels that balanced technical context, hull type, patrol number, depth, with human notes, age, hometown, last recorded message. School groups filed past with solemn curiosity, teachers offering hushed commentary about duty, consequence, and the sea's indifference. The public effect was immediate. Abstract numbers were humanized by objects, and debates that had once been academic became matters of communal empathy. Archivists digitized logbooks and merged them with dive site metadata, creating online repositories that allowed families to trace coordinates and read fragments of patrol entries. For descendants, seeing a photograph of a cup found amid a torpedo rack was a form of closure that paperwork could not achieve. No one imagined that digital platforms would democratize access to these sites, allowing people across oceans to stand, virtually, at an underwater grave. Historians used the physical evidence to corroborate accounts, sometimes correcting official narratives and restoring names to spaces previously anonymous. The museum became a place where technology, memory, and ethics conversed openly about what it means to remember beneath the waves. Legal frameworks began to catch up. UNESCO-style protections and national maritime laws grappled with wreck rights, ownership, and the sanctity of gravesites, producing a web of permits, research agreements, and conservation conditions. Ports issued licenses for archaeological dives under strict codes, no disturbance of human remains, mandatory reporting of finds, and transparent handling of artifacts intended for public trust. Companies that had once salvaged for profit retooled as stewards, partnering with universities to document rather than deplete. The practical effect was a slow professionalization of underwater heritage work, standards for ROV inspection, artifact desalination protocols, and best practices for in situ preservation. Researchers debated whether to recover periscopes as museum centerpieces or to leave them to the sea, where they had become part of an ecosystem. What they didn't yet know was how international cooperation would be tested as climate-driven storms shifted sediments and revealed sites previously hidden, forcing rapid decisions about conservation and access. Coastal communities found new economic models, regulated dive tourism, museum partnerships, and heritage trails that tied memory to livelihood while requiring careful stewardship. The sea's material history became a matter of policy as much as passion, a negotiation of scientific curiosity, ethical restraint, and communal benefit. Each recovered item had to pass through this filter before it could become part of public story. Veterans returned in growing numbers to observation decks, as remote feeds allowed them to participate without full submersion, their faces steady as they saw technology reveal the outline of a ship where they once fought for silence. Some spoke openly of guilt, others of relief, and a few offered technical corrections that improved archaeologists' understanding of internal layouts and equipment placements. Their testimonies became primary sources that informed exhibits and academic papers, and their presence gave projects a moral frame that went beyond academic interest. Joint UK-German expeditions, when they occurred, became small acts of reconciliation as former enemies worked together to document and protect shared graves. The effect was social. Shared stewardship softened national narratives of blame into common responsibility for the dead. In community halls, elders told younger listeners of the sound of sonar pings and the feeling of being followed beneath the waves, adding personal cadence to technical descriptions. No one imagined that these collaborations would change how nations commemorated the past, turning sites of pain into places of shared learning and care. The steel beneath the waves had become a classroom, a cemetery, and a catalyst for conversations that crossed borders and generations. The technologies that once sped war now measured and made meaning from loss. As ROV lights swept across a conning tower one last time, and research teams logged coordinates into permanent records, archaeologists closed folders with a mixture of satisfaction and solemnity. Conservation labs prepared to desalinate small finds slowly, sometimes over months, to avoid cracking and salt bloom. The practical discipline of returning items from pressure and brine into daylight. Museums queued exhibits and educators wrote curricula that linked maritime science, ethics, and history, ensuring the steel would teach more than it had once destroyed. The ocean's secrets had resurfaced in fragments, names, a mug, a log, and those fragments stitched new narratives into the long fabric of memory. What they didn't yet know was how future climate change and shifting currents might expose new wrecks or erase others, forcing ongoing vigilance and partnership between scientists and communities. For now, divers, veterans, scientists and families shared a quiet hour on deck, watching pings fade into the black and agreeing on coordinates that would become marked on charts for respectful visitation and study. The last images were not of conquest but of care. A plaque photographed beside a recovered compass, coordinates logged in a public database, a wreath laid silently at sea via small boat. Steel sleeps beneath the cold, dreaming of the men who never surfaced. The envelope split along its seam as Marta Klein eased the letter free. With gloved fingers, the salt of the sea still on her nails, she read the looping script aloud to the small group in the conservator's room, her voice reverent and steadier than she felt. The paper was thin, the ink browned at the edges, where seawater had kissed it decades before. On the mantel back home, a faded photograph showed a young sailor, Ernst Weber, smiling in a crisp uniform, his hand resting on a periscope cap like a small private claim. Across the ocean, a granddaughter watched a streamed video of the discovery, tears tracking down her cheeks as if salt had returned in a different form. Letters like this one stitched family histories to coordinates on a map, giving names to whole numbers and faces to patrol logs. In living rooms and village halls, people passed around copies typed from originals, fingers tracing words written in a different war, and yet close enough to touch. The physicality of ink and paper, the weight of folded creases, the smell of old glue made memory into something you could hold. Historians called it primary evidence. Families called it conversation with the absent. The sea's silence sometimes yielded small human echoes that rewrote what had been only statistics. In coastal towns, mantles became altars where photographs and medals shared the same quiet space as chipped teacups. A widow named Greta Lenz kept a postcard from 1942 under a glass dome and polished it every Sunday as if ritual could keep time from changing. Children learned the faces of the lost as if they were relatives, pointing to black and white eyes and asking questions that adults answered in measured tones. Letters arrived in slow waves after the war, some censored, some redacted, others blunt and final in ways no one could soften. Diaries, messy, cramped journals kept in submerged bunks, surfaced in attics and auction rooms, and were transcribed by volunteers who treated each line like scripture. The act of reading a sailor's cramped note about engine rhythms and the smell of diesel at dawn created intimacy that statistics could not convey. Researchers compiled anthologies of correspondence that matched dates with patrol logs, mapping personal grief onto operational history. What they didn't yet know was how these private documents would, in time, inform legal debates and memorial practices in ways no single admiral's report ever could. The personal voice, fragile on brittle paper, changed public understanding by insisting that each ship lost had not just been tonnage, but a collection of lives. Over time, these small documents accumulated into a chorus that humanized strategy and policy. In a seaside kitchen in Nova Scotia, an elderly man folded a letter he had read 100 times and hummed a tune his grandfather had written in 1941. The letter described the claustrophobic geometry of a U-boat, bunk rows that fitted 6 men across a single locker, valves that hissed like breathing, and the electric whine of batteries charging through the night. He could close his eyes and feel the rhythm of watch rotations, each phrase a mapping of time in a metal tube, submerged beneath miles of water. Across the channel, a British survivor remembered the feel of oil on his hands and the sound of distant explosions that stitched together the memory of a crossing. The dual perspectives of those who hunted and those who were hunted complicated simple narratives of villain and victim. Historians argued in articles and symposia about intent and consequence, while families argued in living rooms about the shape of moral responsibility. Oral histories recorded by local museums captured soprano voices and deep ones, each adding texture to the broad strokes of policy that had sent men to sea. The physical details, torpedo wake patterns, the taste of brine in the mouth after an escape, made the abstract horrors of strategy intimate and immediate. What no one imagined at first was how these intimate remembrances would become primary sources for education and reconciliation. Decades later, memory, stubborn and persistent, held both technical fact and tender human detail as if they were inseparable. Years after the last periscopes sank, communities began liturgies of memory that blended chapels and quayside ceremonies into rituals both personal and public. A teacher in Kiel organized students to copy letters into schoolbooks, teaching handwriting alongside history in an exercise of living remembrance. A museum displayed a sailor's razor next to a chart of convoy routes, the the juxtaposition driving home the ordinary acts that lived inside extraordinary danger. Families compiled cookbooks and playlists that referenced songs sung on long watches, turning culture into a form of memorial practice. War correspondents and novelists drew on diaries and transcripts to write narratives that mixed technical detail, engine horsepower, periscope focal lengths, with human conversations about home and fear. The cause, an increasing appetite for personal stories, produced the effect of shifting public commemoration from nationalistic pageantry to intimate portraiture. What they didn't yet know was that these human-centered remembrances would pressure official histories to recognize the complexity of culpability and sacrifice. Veterans' reunions sometimes became sites of confession and apology, where former enemies exchanged handshakes and stories in equal measure. Scholarly works began to cite family letters as essential to understanding decisions made under pressure and fog. The archive of grief grew, not as an indictment, but as a repository of shared humanity. In coastal cafes, descendants read aloud fragments of letters while sea spray dried on their sleeves. The cadence of speech, attempting to recreate the rhythm of the original writer's breath. An archivist in Liverpool catalogued a folder of postcards written in 1940 that spoke of the mundane, the taste of preserved fruit, a loaned book, bringing the human scale back to strategic months. The physicality of these notes mattered, the way a page warped where it had been folded into a sailor's pocket, the salt crystals in the fiber that recorded weather as if the paper itself had been present at sea. Families held nights of remembrance where names were read aloud and then paired with small acts, tea poured, a candle lit, a moment of silence timed by the tolling of a bell. The domestic rituals functioned as social glue, keeping memory alive within households and communities that might otherwise drift toward forgetfulness. Teachers used letters in curricula to teach empathy and to ground geopolitical lessons in lived experience, transforming abstract discussions into personal inquiry. What they didn't yet know was how digital archives would later democratize access to these voices, allowing a child in Tokyo to read a seamstress's letter from Trondheim and feel a new kinship. The democratization made the personal global, scaling grief into shared human experience across borders and generations. Oral histories were recorded with careful microphones and released in podcasts that knitted voices into long-form recollection. The effect was to make the intimate public, to insist that private sorrow was relevant to public memory. Survivors' associations kept meeting rooms warm with tea and argument, their minutes recording both technical recollection and moral debate. An ex-radio operator would demonstrate Morse code to visitors, tapping out weather reports he had once used to send coordinates that later directed Wolfpacks. Younger volunteers listened with a mixture of curiosity and discomfort, learning the mechanics of a system that had been used for both defense and destruction. Museums staged panels where engineers explained periscope optics, battery chemistry, and hull metallurgy, grounding emotion in material reality. The Corps' curiosity about the technical means of war produced the effect of more nuanced public conversations about agency and accountability. Scholars cited memoirs alongside operational logs to illustrate how decisions under uncertainty produced cascading consequences on both sides of an ocean. No one imagined that these conversations would play a part in reconciliation, providing a shared language of facts that could reduce heat in moral arguments. The mechanical specifics, diesel RPM ranges, torpedo depth settings, radio frequencies, became tools for empathy as much as for analysis. Listeners learned that understanding the machine did not excuse harm, but sometimes explained why men did what they did under pressure. The voices of the deep, amplified by technology and scholarship, made history into something communal rather than merely documentary. In town halls, exhibitions paired letters with sonar images, allowing visitors to trace a sailor's hand to the coordinates labeled on a map. Descendants placed small tokens, buttons, cigarette cases, carved wood, beside displays that bore the patina of use and the leftover salt of survival. Oral testimonies played in loops, voices overlapping like waves, and in their layering, they conveyed the multiple truths of any life at sea. A grandson listened to his grandfather's recorded voice and wept, recognizing cadence and color he had only glimpsed in faded reels. Restoration workshops taught skills once used for war: metalworking, leather stitching, compass calibration, as craftspeople repurposed knowledge for preservation. The practical effect was community engagement, a shared project that connected generations with purpose and craft. What they didn't yet know was how these grassroots acts of care would influence national memory, nudging museums and governments toward inclusive commemorative practices. Local memorials began listing civilian as well as military names, a recognition of shared vulnerability in wartime sea lanes. The public sphere widened to include quiet domestic grief alongside strategic histories, creating a richer and more honest record. The voices of the deep demanded attention in multiple fora, insisting that remembrance be as varied as the lives it honored. Years later, scholars published collections that juxtaposed diary fragments with sonar maps, prompting heated debates about moral responsibility and the limits of military necessity. Conferences convened historians, engineers, ethicists, and relatives, all arguing over interpretation and the right balance between technical explanation and moral condemnation. Some families forgave easily, others never did, and the divisions echoed the complexity of a war fought in shades rather than absolutes. Reconciliation initiatives sometimes used shared visits to wreck sites as a way to build empathy and to acknowledge mutual suffering. No one imagined that private letters, once folded and hidden in sock drawers, would become catalysts for international dialogues on remembrance and law. The archival digital revolution made these sources available globally, complicating national narratives and empowering local voices once marginalized in official histories. The result was neither simple justice nor total resolution, but a layered public memory that embraced contradiction and sorrow. Museums continued to add voices to exhibits, ensuring that technical details sat beside human testimony in equal measure. Communities kept lighting candles and reading names on certain nights, small rituals that refused to let silence win. The sonar screen bloomed a slow green as the modern submarine rose from depth, its sail cutting a knife of reflection across a calm sea. Engineers on the deck stood silent, coats buttoned against spray, watching a hull that no longer smelled of coal but of hydraulics and polymer sealants. Inside the control room, indicator lights pulsed in a disciplined cadence, while the reactor's coolant pumps hummed in the background like a living lung. Captain Margaret Klein, a veteran of diesel days, ran her fingers over the laminated checklist and felt the weight of centuries of design beneath her thumb. The sub moved with a confidence diesel boats could only dream of, steady speed submerged for weeks at a time. Endurance measured more in reactor cycles than in diesel barrels. In archival footage, a Type 7 slid through similar water with a different song. Diesel coughs on the surface, and the thin electric whisper beneath, highlighting a lineage that was technical and moral at once. Blueprints lay side by side on the table, riveted steel next to welded titanium, lead-acid battery packs beside compact pressurized water reactors. The contrast felt almost sacramental, a rite in which engineers traded one set of risks for another under the same indifferent sky. Men and women who had served both eras read the lines and measured progress not only in knots or endurance, but in what it cost to wield that power. In the quiet above the reactor compartment, the ship kept its own counsel, a machine of fate guided by human hands. In post-war yards where diesel boats had once been assembled by hand, cranes now lifted reactor modules with the precision of a cathedral workshop, a ballet of steel and hydraulics. Workers checked flange tolerances and coolant manifold seals the way earlier generations checked valve lash and propeller pitch. The technical vocabulary changing, but the discipline remaining the same. Designers debated acoustic signatures and anechoic coatings in rooms where once the conversation had been about torpedo spread and gyro angles. The core's advances in metallurgy, turbine technology, and nuclear physics produced the effect of submarines that could disappear for months and travel beneath ice, with little need to surface. Naval strategists recalculated patrol endurance in reactor days and crew fatigue in psychological cycles rather than in bunk rotations. What they didn't yet know was how rapidly the moral frame would shift, from questions of tonnage to questions of deterrence and second strike doctrine. Engineers tested models in towing tanks and anechoic pools, measuring decibel levels and wake vortices as if listening for ghosts. The new machines demanded new protocols, radiation counters, containment drills, and emergency scram procedures that felt more like being inside a power plant than a warship. The human effect was immediate. Crews required different training and longer rotations, their lives rearranged around reactor maintenance and closed system practices. The sea still held the silence, but the tools men used to keep that silence had grown both more complex and more portentous. In a university lab, historians parsed design archives and operational logs to draw the line between technological promise and moral consequence. They compared diesel-era patrol reports, exhaust lines, periscope hours, battery amperage records, with Cold War documents that discussed missile yield, launch windows, and targeting ethics. The archival cores, record-keeping and classified declassification, produced the effect of a richer, more complicated narrative that linked everyday engineering choices to geopolitical stability. Dr. Helene Moreau traced how designers in the 1950s debated reactor size against stealth, arguing that larger cores meant fewer refueling stops, but also larger thermal signatures detectable by new sensors. Those decisions, technical and granular, became strategic choices. Endurance could deter or provoke, depending on doctrine. No one imagined this would become a moral question writ into instruments. How much silence was defensible, and how much constituted an existential threat to others. Museums later displayed cutaway models with placards that explained coolant loops and reactor control rods, alongside accounts of nuclear diplomacy. Students learning submarine acoustics thus encountered the same ethical questions historians debated in essays and panels. The machine's trajectories were traced both in engineering diagrams and in policy memos that admitted the impossible dovetail of power and peril. The result was a layered history in which every bolt and valve had a geopolitical shadow. Design workshops kept producing iterative upgrades, quieter propeller designs, pumped jet propulsion to reduce cavitation, and composite coatings to absorb sonar, each a small victory in the perpetual cat-and-mouse game of detection and concealment. Naval architects measured cavitation, inception speeds, and propeller blade loading, tweaking pitch and skew to shave a decibel here, a knot there, because those small changes could mean the difference between survival and detection. At sea, ASW forces answered with towed array sensors and low-frequency active acoustics that could hear hulls tens of kilometers away, turning the pursuit into a contest of physics as much as tactics. Core's incremental engineering innovation produced the effect of a strategic stalemate where stealth and sensing spiraled in response to one another. What they didn't yet know was that these cycles of measure and countermeasure would continue into peacetime, shaping budgets, doctrines, and the careers of engineers and officers alike. The human cost was indirect but real. Careers invested in secrecy, families moved from port to port, and engineers who felt the moral weight of designs that could both protect and threaten. In lecture halls, retired captains and young architects debated whether a quieter hull made the world safer or merely more dangerous by lowering the threshold for stealthy deterrence. The machines had become moral instruments as much as technical ones, their design choices echoing into international strategy rooms. The sea remained the same medium, but the stakes of silence had evolved. At submarine shows and naval expos, manufacturers displayed models of ballistic missile submarines with sleek lines and annotated launch tubes, drawing crowds who gaped at the scale of modern naval power. Engineers explained launch dynamics, the gas generators that expelled cold-launched missiles, the hydraulics that prepared tubes, the inertial navigation systems that refined targeting to 100-meter accuracy across ocean baselines. Technical demonstrations emphasized safety systems, negative buoyancy fail-safers, automatic launch aborts, and redundant coolant loops to reassure publics and parliaments that such machines could be controlled. The effect was a public familiarization with the instruments of deterrence, turning abstract nuclear strategy into a set of comprehensible mechanics. Academics responded with papers analyzing how normalization of such technology affected arms control negotiations and public opinion in democracies. What they didn't yet know was how future technologies, autonomy, cyber interfaces, and quieter propulsion would complicate existing treaties and moral frameworks. Engineers and ethicists began to collaborate, proposing design constraints that might reduce first-use incentives and embedding safety into the core of weapon systems. The conversation shifted from whether a machine could be built to whether it should be built as is, a subtle but consequential moral turn. The machines of fate thus embodied both human ingenuity and ethical catchment. Their blueprints read as much for consequence as capability. In training simulators, young submariners learned to manage reactor transients and to interpret acoustic tapes the way their grandfathers had learned periscope reading and gyro correction. Instructors stressed that procedure and checklist could save lives, teaching scram sequences with a solemnity similar to wartime emergency drills. The Core's complexity of systems produced the effect of institutionalized discipline and a culture of meticulous practice around safety and redundancy. Engineers audited human-machine interfaces, refining alarm hierarchies and control ergonomics to reduce operator error under stress. Historians watched these practices with interest, noting how professional cultures adapted to technological intensity while transferring tacit knowledge across generations. No one imagined that the living memory of diesel boats, stories about cramped bunks and diesel smell, would become teaching tools in a nuclear age, shaping culture and humility among crews. Veteran talk sessions and technical seminars kept the oral tradition alive, ensuring that procedural wisdom traveled alongside digital manuals. The result was crews who respected both their machines and the moral implications of their missions, a convergence of practice and conscience. In submarines across oceans, the sound of pumps and coolant flow became an ambient reminder of responsibility. Policymakers, watching demonstrations and reading classified briefs, negotiated treaties that attempted to bind these machines within frameworks of control, arms limitation talks, no first-use statements, and verification protocols that relied on both censors and inspectors. Diplomats debated verification technology, seismic arrays, oceanographic sampling, and satellite imagery that could corroborate compliance with declarations and detect anomalies. The practical effect was a new layer of governance around undersea power that made engineers' work subject to international law as much as to naval doctrine. What they didn't yet know was how future technologies, autonomy and cyber control would test the limits of treaties designed for human-operated machines. Legal scholars began urging the inclusion of design constraints and auditability measures in arms control agreements to ensure machines remained within human oversight. Engineers responded with transparent protocols for logs and telemetry, creating interfaces that could be audited without compromising sensitive capabilities. The machines thus became entangled in a web of technical, legal, and ethical oversight, their existence no longer purely a matter of national engineering pride. The sea remained a domain of statecraft as much as physics, and submarine design sat at the nexus of both. On a quiet afternoon, an old diesel skipper visited a modern naval base, walking along a polished hull that reflected sky and sea like a dark mirror, and he placed his hand flat against steel that had swallowed both friends and enemies. Around him, engineers and historians listened as he spoke of periscope fog, of battery fumes, and of the moral weight of the patrol log. In his voice there was neither triumph nor apology, only a recognition that technology had moved on, but the human questions remained. Young officers who would one day command reactors and launch tubes absorbed his stories like ritual, folding them into procedures that now included ethics modules and crisis simulations. The core's continuity of human experience produced the effect of a culture that married technical excellence to moral reflection. Museums exhibited both a diesel engine room and a reactor mock-up, placards explaining valves and control rods, alongside personal testimonies about nights spent under pressure. In classrooms and on quaysides, engineers taught that from oil and iron had come silence and power, and with it the echo of old ghosts. The machines of fate continued to be made by human hands and judged by human minds, the sea their common and indifferent witness. The cafe smelled faintly of salt and coffee as Karl Hoffmann, 87 years old, folded his trembling hands around a chipped porcelain cup. Outside the window, the North Sea rolled slow and silver under the afternoon sun, its surface calm in a way he could never quite trust. Across from him sat Thomas Bailey, once a Royal Navy sonar operator, now just another old man with rheumy eyes and a walking stick. Their meeting had been arranged by a historian from Hamburg who believed that memory, like the sea, needed tides to stay alive. The men spoke softly, switching between halting English and broken German, their shared silence doing most of the talking. On the table lay 2 medals, one bearing an eagle, the other a crown, and beside them a faded photograph of crews who had once hunted and fled from each other in the same waters. For a moment the years fell away, and they were again 2 young men beneath the same grey horizon, listening for one another through static and sonar. Hoffmann rubbed his thumb along the tarnished edge of his medal, the metal warm from his skin. "It wasn't courage," he whispered. "It was duty and fear." Bailey nodded. He had felt both. The war had ended, but the echoes still spoke through their hands. In the 1970s and 80s, filmmakers and historians began to track down the last surviving U-boat men. Their hair white, their voices still precise, as if speaking over a ship's intercom. Interviews took place in small apartments, filled with souvenirs of lives lived in peace, framed landscapes, radio sets, and model ships under glass domes. The men spoke of the smell of oil and sweat in a sealed compartment, of condensation dripping like rain, and of comrades who had vanished without a trace. Transcribers typed quietly as these old sailors remembered youth compressed into metal and motion, an existence measured in knots and pressure readings. Some wept when describing the sound of depth charges, the way they built in the stomach before they burst in the world outside. Others refused to romanticize, insisting that courage was only what fear looks like when there's no choice left. The Corps' aging veterans confronting their own mortality produced the effect of confession and reconciliation, often to strangers with microphones. What they didn't yet know was how these interviews would outlive them, archived in documentaries and classrooms that would teach future generations not about war, but about endurance. The stories grew quieter with each decade, but also more precious, like voices stored in amber. Beneath the surface of every recollection was the same quiet plea: remember us, but do not glorify what we did. In Kiel, a memorial service brought together veterans from both sides, Allied sailors in blazers, Germans in modest grey suits, and for the first time in decades, the speeches were shared, not segregated. An old captain named Gerhard Mohr read from a diary he had kept during his final patrol, his voice steady even as his hands shook with age. "We fought not the men," he said, "but the orders and the sea." The sea never forgave either side. The crowd, a blend of children, scholars, and veterans, stood facing the water, their reflections scattered across the tide, like fragments of time. A Royal Navy officer, once assigned to North Atlantic escort duty, stepped forward and placed a wreath marked with both flags, Union Jack and German tricolour intertwined. The act was simple, but in its simplicity, it carried a weight that books could not capture. For a moment, applause seemed inappropriate. Silence became the only language fit for remembrance. Reporters noted the humility of the ceremony. No anthem, no triumph, just salt wind and human breath. The Corps' reunion through shared suffering produced the effect of peace stronger than any treaty. No one imagined that such moments would ripple outward, inspiring joint memorials and cross-national associations that turned remembrance into reconciliation. The sea rolled on, unmoved yet strangely merciful. At home, these men carried fragments of the deep in small, ordinary ways. Hoffman polished his old diving watch every Sunday, though it no longer kept time. Bailey kept a coil of rope from a corvette's deck beside his fireplace, its fibers stiff with age. In attic boxes, others stored logbooks, insignia, and folded uniforms, their fabric yellowed but still smelling faintly of oil and salt. Wives and children learned to live alongside these ghosts, memories unspoken yet ever present in gestures, silences, and the way the men stared too long at the horizon. Some veterans became historians themselves, offering guided tours of museums and shipyards, turning memory into education. Others preferred isolation, writing letters to their fallen comrades in notebooks they never showed anyone. The Corps' times-long erosion of guilt and fear produced the effect of quiet devotion to the act of remembering truthfully. What they didn't yet know was how their restraint, their refusal to dramatize, would give their testimonies an authenticity that outlasted louder voices. In their twilight years, they understood that peace is not simply the absence of war, but the choice to live with what war leaves behind. The medals stayed tucked away, but the lessons did not. At a naval reunion in Portsmouth, aging submariners from multiple nations gathered aboard a decommissioned diesel boat restored for exhibition. They moved through narrow hatches with careful steps, laughing softly as they remembered where they had once scraped elbows and barked commands. Inside the control room, the smell of metal and grease brought back a flood of ghosts, young faces frozen forever in memory, the hum of machinery, the sharp click of valves. A British veteran, Arthur Nash, placed his hand on the attack periscope and whispered, "We were boys pretending to be gods." The line hung in the air, and the men around him nodded in wordless agreement. Curators observed quietly, recognizing that these reunions were more than nostalgia, they were acts of collective healing disguised as reminiscence. The Corps' reconnection, through shared memory, produced the effect of easing the guilt that each man carried alone. What they didn't yet know was that this gathering would be among the last. Within a decade, most of the men in that room would be gone, their stories entrusted to recordings and museum plaques. The submarine, once an instrument of war, had become a vessel of remembrance. Outside, gulls cried and waves lapped against the hull like a benediction. Filmmakers recorded these reunions in soft 16 mm grain, handshakes framed against grey skies, medals pinned to worn jackets, eyes reflecting both sorrow and pride, interviews blended with footage of the sea, calm and endless, as if the Atlantic itself were a silent witness to the words being spoken. "I dream of the engine room," said one man, "the heat, the oil, the rhythm of the pistons, but when I wake, there's only the sound of the tide." These dreams, recorded in archives, became part of a collective post-war psalm, a testament to endurance, remorse, and the fragility of peace. The cinematographers avoided dramatization, allowing silence and breath to carry more weight than dialogue. Museums screened these films in dim rooms where visitors emerged quiet, chastened, reflective. The Corps' art meeting memory produced the effect of empathy that transcended nationality. No one imagined that such modest documentaries would become the primary legacy of the men who had once defined modern warfare's frontier. In the hush between reels, one could almost hear the hum of distant propellers, and the faint voice of a man whispering coordinates into eternity. The ocean outside the theater seemed to breathe in response. As the century turned, only a few veterans remained, frail yet lucid, carrying living memories of pressure, fear, and forgiveness. Annual ceremonies at Labo and Liverpool drew smaller crowds, yet the meaning grew heavier, condensed into fewer shoulders. Journalists noted how the surviving sailors no longer spoke of nations, but of oceans. "The sea," said Hoffman in his last interview, "belonged to none of us, and yet it took from all of us." His words resonated because they transcended politics, reaching the elemental truth that war had always been a brief intrusion into a far older realm. The Corps' shared mortality produced the effect of fraternity among those who had once been enemies. At the end of each ceremony, the veterans would toss small paper boats into the tide, each bearing a name written in pencil that would fade as the water took it. What they didn't yet know was that younger sailors, standing in uniform nearby, would adopt the ritual in future years, carrying it forward as tradition. The horizon remained the same, eternal, indifferent. But now it was a place of remembrance, not pursuit. The ocean had reclaimed its silence, and humanity had learned at last to listen. The final interview was filmed in 2013, with a single microphone and a patient translator. Hoffman's voice cracked as he recalled his last patrol, and the day he was rescued by the crew of a British destroyer. "They gave me tea," he said softly, "and that was the moment I stopped being an enemy." He smiled faintly, eyes unfocused, as if the years between then and now were only a thin veil. The historian asked what he wanted remembered most, and Hoffman paused before replying, "That we were young, that we were afraid, and that we tried to come home. The tape ended with the sound of waves breaking against the pier, a natural coda to a lifetime of noise. Museums and memorials still replay that clip, its grainy quiet more powerful than any archive of battle. The core's truth spoken at the edge of memory produced the effect of reconciliation that required no signature, no summit. Time washed away the uniforms, leaving only men and the memories they carried. The museum opened before dawn, its halls still echoing with the quiet hum of cleaning machines and the muffled shuffle of shoes on polished floors. A caretaker adjusted the lighting over a glass case that held a sextant, its brass dulled by salt and time, once used aboard HMS Audacity, the first escort carrier lost in 1941. The dim glow washed across maps pinned beneath the glass, lines tracing convoy routes across the North Atlantic, dots of ink where ships had vanished beneath storm and shell. Outside, the ocean beyond the harbour was calm, its surface carrying the weight of memory like a mirror too patient to break. The caretaker paused at a display of telegrams, blurred words of loss, love, and duty, and straightened the small brass plaque that read Battle of the Atlantic, 1939, 1945. Every object, every shadow seemed to breathe faintly with the lives that had touched them. The core's time's steady erosion produced the effect of reverence. Even silence carried the echo of engines long dead. The hall smelled faintly of varnish and old rope, as if the sea itself lingered here, unwilling to let go. What no one imagined then was that these relics would outlast every veteran, becoming the new custodians of remembrance. The museum's doors opened, and the first light of morning fell across the names engraved on the wall. Scholars and visitors entered quietly, their footsteps softened by carpet and respect, gathering around a floor-sized digital map that pulsed with shifting routes, convoys from Halifax, Liverpool, Murmansk, spanning an ocean that once dictated the fate of nations. The technology was modern, but the story was ancient. Men and metal wrestling with the sea for control of supply and survival. A guide began his narration, his voice low and steady, tracing the lines that marked the Black Gap, the mid-Atlantic zone where Allied air cover once failed and U-boats reigned. Behind him, a film looped black and white footage of ships burning in the night, Morse lamps flashing frantic codes into fog. The visitors leaned closer as the guide explained the convoy system's rhythm. Merchant ships at 8 knots, destroyers zigzagging on sonar sweeps, aircraft sweeping ahead in desperate arcs. The effect was immersive, and for a moment the polished room transformed into a living sea. What they didn't yet know was how many of these visitors would leave with more than facts, with empathy, with the weight of understanding that the war's longest battle had not been one of glory, but of endurance. The Atlantic, for all its cold expanse, had become a teacher. On the screen, a final ship blinked off the radar trace, swallowed by darkness. Modern historians debated under the gentle glow of exhibit lights, voices mingling in the reverent hush that comes when data meets loss. One charted tonnage lost per month, another recalculated fuel efficiency ratios of Liberty ships compared to German Type 9s, yet in their analysis, emotion slipped through the math. Spreadsheets could not account for fear, courage, or the sound of a man's last breath beneath a closing hatch. At a nearby display, a visitor touched the metal railing from a salvaged U-boat conning tower, feeling the cold texture of consequence. Curators had placed plaques beside it not to glorify the technology, but to remind this steel once divided life and death. The core's preservation of history produced the effect of reflection rather than spectacle. No one imagined that the Battle of the Atlantic once seen as strategy and logistics, would later be remembered as humanity's most enduring dialogue with nature itself. The historian spoke of sonar frequencies and radar bands, but what lingered was the silence between their words. Outside, the wind pressed faintly against the glass, as though the sea were still listening. At the memorial walls in Liverpool, wreaths hung damp from the previous night's rain, each ribbon inscribed with names that once moved across oceans. Families visited with photographs in hand, grandfathers, uncles, brothers, faces frozen at 20 or 25, forever standing on decks that no longer exist. A school group stood in line, their teacher whispering about convoys and courage, and the children, sensing the weight of the place, grew quiet without being told. The sea could be glimpsed just beyond the harbour, grey, endless, indifferent, and it made the marble seem smaller, almost humbled by comparison. The guide pointed out the arrangement of names, how every ship sunk was listed not by rank or medal, but by vessel and crew, unity in loss. The cause and insistence on equality in remembrance produced the effect of profound humility. What they didn't yet know was how many future generations would stand here and see their own reflection in the glass, realizing that history's echo was not confined to the past. A young boy traced his finger over the engraved letters of his great-grandfather's name, his breath fogging the stone. The tide whispered faintly below, a reminder that remembrance was a living act, not a fixed ritual. The Atlantic waited, patient as ever. Elsewhere, in archives deep beneath naval academies, researchers handled brittle papers and magnetic reels, the coded transmissions of Donitz's command, decrypted Enigma intercepts, weather reports written in pencil at 3A under blackout curtains. The archivist's gloves brushed over coordinates that once dictated life and death, and for a moment the air seemed to thicken with memory. A logbook from U-99 recorded a final radio message cut mid-sentence, ink trailing off where the sea had taken over. Across the aisle, another folder held Allied dispatches, noting the same event from the other side of the sonar. Cause met effect across pages, two perspectives now bound forever in a file marked declassified. What they didn't yet know was that new digital reconstructions would soon overlay these documents with sonar scans of the actual wreck sites, matching word to steel, memory to depth. The act of archiving, once bureaucratic, had become sacred. Each restored line of Morse code became a heartbeat rediscovered. The historian spoke quietly, as though afraid the paper might still hear. Outside, gulls circled the harbour, their cries breaking the hush like distant radios cutting through static. At sea, memorial ships retraced old routes, carrying veterans, scholars, and descendants who tossed wreaths and flowers over the rail at predetermined coordinates. The captain's voice came over the loudspeaker, reciting names and ship designations as the vessel slowed to a respectful drift. Around them, the Atlantic stretched in every direction, a cathedral without walls, its ceiling made of cloud and wind. The water was dark and calm, but beneath that calm lay a continent's worth of wreckage, hulls, anchors, boots, and dreams. A diver aboard recounted the sonar images he'd seen, U-boats resting upright, their decks coated with silt and coral, hatches sealed by pressure and time. The cause, human need for closure, produced the effect of connection, bridging decades and generations. What they didn't yet know was how these quiet pilgrimages would become annual rituals, observed not by soldiers, but by families and scholars seeking continuity in a world that forgets too easily. As the ship turned for home, the wake spread out like the hand of a clock over a memory too vast to measure. The ocean, vast and unjudging, accepted each wreath with the same still grace. The waves erased nothing, they only carried it deeper. Back on land, documentaries played in theaters and classrooms, their soundtracks low and elegiac, filled with the hum of sonar and the murmur of historians speaking in measured tones. Archival footage faded into high-definition aerial shots of the same waters, unchanged except for the absence of smoke. Voiceovers spoke not of victory, but of endurance, not of conquest, but of survival. Museums displayed artifacts beside digital projections of faces, creating holographic galleries where technology met remembrance. The Corps' advances in storytelling produced the effect of empathy across time, allowing the dead to speak again through context rather than spectacle. No one imagined how these new forms of narrative would sustain the memory of the Atlantic campaign in the age of short attention spans. Students emerged from screenings with a new understanding that history, when told honestly, does not glorify. It cautions, it consoles. The sea outside remained as it always had, capable of reflection but not remorse. The waves still bore the pattern of ships long gone, invisible but permanent in the imagination of all who study them. As twilight fell over the harbour, the museum lights dimmed, and the last visitors stepped into the evening breeze. The engraved names caught the last light of the day, shining briefly before darkness reclaimed them. Across the water, a buoy bell rang softly, marking the rhythm of a tide that had outlasted every fleet, every empire. The historian's voice, recorded earlier for the museum's closing exhibit, echoed through the speakers. The Atlantic remembers, not with vengeance, but with depth. The Corps' human persistence in remembering produced the effect of continuity, a thread running unbroken from 1939 to now. What they didn't yet know was how even future generations, with tools undreamed of, would return to these same waters and find meaning in the silence. The night wind carried the scent of salt and rust, and for a heartbeat it was as if the ocean itself exhaled. The waves folded back upon themselves, repeating a memory too vast for words. It begins, as it often does, with sound. Fishermen off the coast of Iceland swear that on certain fog-dense nights, the static on their radios changes pitch. 3 short bursts, 3 long, 3 short, the ancient code for distress. The air crackles with a rhythm too deliberate to be interference, too faint to trace. Captain Leifur Arneson, 40 years at sea, once turned off his engine to listen, the hull rocking like a heartbeat beneath his boots. Nothing but wind answered him, yet the signal had been real enough to make his hair stand on end. Later, sonar buoys picked up anomalies at 70 meters, a return echo shaped like a submarine's bow, long gone from any registry. Marine authorities marked it as acoustic artifact, a polite name for what could not be explained. The Corps, a convergence of pressure, current, and imagination, produced the effect of belief, spreading among sailors like an old superstition reborn. What they didn't yet know was that technology, too, could create ghosts, repeating echoes of ships and signals lost to time. And so, beneath the calm Atlantic, a new legend began to hum. In the harbours of Brittany and Bergen, old men tell stories over whiskey and weather reports, their voices low as tidewater. They speak of the Grey Choir, a name given to a sequence of pings recorded in 1978, deep off Rockall, that resembled sonar training frequencies from the 1940s. Scientists analyzed the recordings, citing seafloor reflection patterns. But the myth had already taken root. Younger sailors began leaving offerings, bottles of schnapps, small coins, folded scraps of paper with names of lost relatives, tossed into the sea before long voyages. Maritime folklore called it appeasement. an unspoken pact with the ocean that had taken too much and given too little back. The cause, grief persisting through generations, produced the effect of ritual, where myth became therapy. What no one imagined was that these gestures would enter cultural memory, turning lost U-boats into maritime saints, patrons of the drowned. Fishermen whispered that the sea's static was not random but a language, a Morse of the dead. Out beyond the reach of radar, the past remained audible, faint but insistent, and the waves carried the rhythm on, as if repeating a forgotten prayer. Off the coast of Norway, divers exploring the wreck of U-867 in the late 1990s reported something strange, an intact radio aerial swaying gently in the current, its copper still faintly resonant. When they placed hydrophones nearby, a low-frequency pulse echoed every few minutes, like the heartbeat of the wreck itself. Engineers attributed it to metallic oscillation under current pressure, a natural vibration amplified by geometry. Yet one diver swore he heard words in the noise, syllables buried under the hum, his own name, whispered back through static. When the team surfaced, shaken and pale, the captain laughed it off, but his hands trembled, lighting a cigarette. The incident entered maritime folklore within months, retold in documentaries as the whispering hull. The cause, acoustic resonance, produced the effect of haunting, as the human mind stitched meaning into mechanical sound. What they didn't yet know was that the frequencies of decaying steel sometimes matched the wavelengths once used for communication, making the past literally vibrate in the present. Whether ghost or physics, the sea did not correct them, it only echoed. In German fishing villages, the sea became a quiet shrine for those who never came home. On winter nights when mist rolled in thick as wool, radio enthusiasts tuned their sets to obsolete frequencies once used by U-boats, hoping to catch ghost transmissions. Most heard nothing but static, but occasionally a burst of rhythm emerged, too patterned to ignore. Amateur operators logged these incidents, comparing coordinates across Europe and finding uncanny synchronicity between sites of major wartime losses. Skeptics explained them as atmospheric bounce from military communications. Believers called them die Stimmen der Tief, the voices of the deep. The cause, coincidence, and weather produced the effect of mythology, binding science and superstition in shared awe. What no one imagined was how the human desire for meaning could transform data into liturgy, static into remembrance. On certain frequencies, silence itself became the most profound message, and so, through instruments meant for command, the dead still found a way to speak. In 2003, during a marine survey near the Bay of Biscay, sonar technicians aboard RV Polaris detected a fleeting object, metallic, cylindrical, moving slowly against the current before vanishing at 140 meters. The data registered a perfect periscope silhouette before fading into nothing. Cameras sent down afterward found only drifting kelp, but among the crew, no one joked about it. That night, the ship's log recorded an unexplained Morse fragment, a short burst of dots and dashes that matched no known code but repeated thrice, evenly spaced. The ship's engineer, a man of reason, left his cabin light on till dawn. The core's electronic interference produced the effect of storytelling, passed from crew to crew as proof that the sea kept its own archives. What they didn't yet know was how this story would join others, each new encounter layering another stratum of myth over the machinery of history. The ocean, always hungry for tales, absorbed the legend easily. The distinction between sonar glitch and spirit blurred, and none aboard cared to clarify it. Folklorists later traced how wartime trauma turned into maritime myth, the way human beings reimagined fear to make peace with it. Tales of phantom periscopes and spectral Morse became part of coastal identity, told in pubs, printed in local histories, even commemorated in maritime festivals. Psychologists studying these narratives noted a pattern. The more distant the war became, the more poetic its retellings grew. Myth softened the horror without erasing it, turning survival into superstition and loss into art. The cause, time's need to reconcile with violence, produced the effect of stories that comforted rather than condemned. What they didn't yet know was that future generations would rely on such legends to remember the cost of silence beneath the waves. In museums, curators played recordings of sonar pulses as ambient sound, a haunting soundtrack for remembrance. Tourists felt shivers they couldn't quite explain. And the sea, indifferent yet generous, gave back mystery in place of meaning. Sailors who worked modern shipping routes reported odd experiences too. Lights flickering below the surface on moonless nights, shapes that moved counter to the current, and voices half heard over ship intercoms when no one was transmitting. A young navigator on a container vessel described seeing a rusted periscope rise for just a moment before sinking again, leaving only ripples. Log entries filed these as optical illusions, yet the tone of the reports hinted at unease. For them, the war was ancient history, yet somehow still present, stitched into the language of weather and wave. Mariners learned to respect these echo zones, places where compass bearings drifted and sound carried strangely. The core's thermal layers and electromagnetic distortion produced the effect of myth renewed through experience. No one imagined that these fleeting moments would become the modern heirs to old ghost stories, proof that even satellites and sonar cannot outmap the human need for wonder. On every voyage, someone heard something they could not explain, and silence became the only fitting reply. The ocean had its own form of memory, and it required no witnesses. At dusk, a radio operator aboard a weather station near Greenland listened idly to open frequencies, jotting notes as static pulsed like a heartbeat. Then, through the hiss, a faint Morse sequence came, measured, deliberate, an old distress code ending with the identifier U-513, a submarine sunk in 1943. The signal repeated twice before dissolving into silence. The operator checked the logs, then looked out at the horizon where fog had swallowed the world. Some would call it coincidence, others interference, but he wrote it down anyway, because belief, like memory, survives on documentation. The cause, a random burst of static, produced the effect of eternity, a reminder that history never fully sleeps. Some say the deep still whispers, and if you listen long enough, you can hear the pulse of the wolves below. A shaft of sunlight broke the surface and slid down through clear water, scattering into 1,000 slow motes that drifted like quiet stars. On the deck of a small research vessel, Captain Elena Rivers shaded her eyes and watched the beam bend as it passed 20 meters down, where the light still found fish and the faint shadow of a wreck. Beneath the gloss, the water kept its own language, soft currents, the slow tick of distant thermoclines, and the gentle sigh of waves folding with a period the crew measured at roughly 10 seconds. The recorder on the hydrophone registered long, even tones, the breathing of the sea itself, while a biologist checked oxygen sensors and salinity meters, noting numbers on a tablet with calm exactness. The immediate effect of that data was simple: maps adjusted, dive plans refined, a culture of respect reaffirmed aboard the boat. A child on deck, sent by a local school, traced the horizon with small fingers and asked where the ships had gone. The answer was the same as it had always been: into stories and into salt. The ocean offered no reply, but motion, and motion became its voice. In that motion, memory and peace shared the same surface. The vessel rode the swell as if on a long, patient breath. Below the surface at 50 meters, pressure pressed against steel, with the weight of roughly 5 additional atmospheres, an invisible counterpoint to the quiet above. Dr. Jonas Meyer, who had spent years studying wreck acoustics, described how that pressure folded soft metal inward over decades until insignia blurred into sediment, a physical erasure that was also a form of mercy. Sensors recorded tiny creaks where rivets relaxed and paint gave way to crusts of coral and barnacle. Those sounds were the slow undoing of violence into habitat. The cause, time and tide, produced the effect of transformation, instruments of war becoming islands for life, seams once welded for stealth, now colonized by anemones and kelp. Old veterans who later joined dives watched in silence as tiny crabs explored periscopes and small fish nested in torpedo tubes, and for many, the sight felt like reconciliation made visible. What they didn't yet know was how many more of these silent conversions the sea would complete if given a lifetime untroubled by human hands. Above, the sunline trembled, and the research vessel turned slowly, as if to respect the work beneath. The deep held its breath and kept its slow counsel. On the shore, a woman named Amira Cade laid out photos on her table. A father in uniform, a postcard stamped in 1942, a small, rusted button, recovered by a diver and wrapped in tissue. She had come to the water seeking calm more than answers, and she left with both, an understanding that grief could live beside peace. Waves folded into the beach in patient rhythm, their crests peeling at intervals that matched the human pulse when one is still with thought. Kids played beyond the surf line, oblivious to the stories folded into driftwood, while elders sat on benches and pointed out the route of old convoys, naming places like landmarks in a family map. The effect of these small remembrances was communal. The town remembered together, and that remembering softened private sharpness into public continuity. Local fishermen who once feared the night now guided school groups to look for seals and the faint plumes of migrating whales. Education replaced alarm with wonder. No one imagined that ordinary coastal life would become the vessel for long memory, carrying both the loss and the learning forward in quiet daily practice. The shore became a living archive where generations practiced the slow art of attention. In quiet libraries and university seminar rooms, historians rewrote narratives with less triumph and more nuance, their footnotes threaded with personal letters and sonar charts alike. They compared convoy timetables to oceanographic records, how storms shifted routes, how fuel shortages rerouted lives, and in that comparison, the war's logistics took on human contours. The immediate cause, new archives, newly declassified data, and recovered material produced the effect of more honest histories. Histories that asked not only who won or lost, but what was endured and at what price. Graduate students compiled oral histories from survivors and descendants, pairing them with technical appendices that explained battery chemistry, hull failure modes, and acoustic signature analysis, so the human stories sat beside engineering truth. What they didn't yet know was how those integrated histories would change public commemoration, tilting monuments toward shared remembrance rather than unilateral triumph. Museums that once focused on hardware began to curate exhibits that married objects to voices, and the result opened a wider conversation about consequence and care. The sea as subject and teacher received all this attention without changing course. It continued to fold, to reflect, and to hold the accumulated weight of memory in its great slow motion. In remote research stations, oceanographers logged changing currents and measured microplastics. Where once there had been only iron and silt, a record of human habitation rewritten into chemical traces. Their instruments, ADCPs, CTD casts, drifting buoys, spoke in numbers that mapped the ocean state and told a parallel story of stewardship and harm. The core's decades of human activity produced the effect of an ecological urgency that linked past violence to future responsibility. Teams worked with local communities to protect wreck sites as both graves and habitats, drafting protocols that balanced reverence with science. Veterans groups joined conservationists to argue that a wreck could be both a tomb and a nursery, deserving protection for reasons that were moral and biological. No one imagined that the lessons of war would feed so directly into environmental policy, instructing governments that care for the sea must be both technical and ethical. At dusk, a buoy's lead blinked like a tiny lighthouse, marking a protected perimeter where diving was restricted and reverence enforced by law and community will. The ocean's needs had become clear in policy as well as poetry. Across continents, children learned to map the Atlantic as their ancestors had not simply as a theatre of conflict, but as a living system that had borne history and would bear futures. School projects traced currents and named species that now lived around wrecks. They also read letters from old sailors, connecting physical science to human story. The effect was educational synergy, ecology teaching empathy, history teaching stewardship, so young people grew with a more integrated moral imagination about the sea. Scholars noted the shift. Public memory was now layered, technical, understanding and personal story woven together, so that civic rituals included both data and silence. What they didn't yet know was how these children, schooled in both respect and science, would shape policy decades hence to protect coastlines and heritage alike. Communities started to fund small research grants, and local fishermen were enrolled as stewards rather than mere resource managers. The tide of attention had become a stewardship movement that asked for both preservation and honest reckoning. The ocean, patient, had become a place of learning as much as of memory. Evening fell with the soft economy of a practiced hand, and the sea took on a glassy calm that made the horizon seem like a seam where sky met water. Boats returned to harbours with logs full of measurements, and with time enough for quiet conversation, crew members trading stories of porpoises following bows and of sunsets, brilliant enough to hush any room. Senior curators arranged artifacts in dim rooms to catch the low, later light, where glass cases reflected names etched in stone and paper. Engineers checked sonar arrays and took one last reading before radio silence across the fleet, ritualizing care as if it were prayer. The effect was ceremonial, routine maintenance, and the quiet work of remembrance folded into each other, until the day's work itself became a kind of memorial. No one imagined that the ordinary tasks of tending equipment and cataloguing finds would become acts of reverence in the long term. The ocean answered not with language but with presence, its tides, its temperatures, its steady turning of the world. People across seaside towns paused to look out as if the water might reply. Sometimes it seemed to, in the gentle, inexorable way waves returned to shore. Night spread its velvet across the water, and stars pricked through with the same indifferent patience the sea had always known. A small boat drifted as others slept, and its anchor line hummed in the soft current. On the quay, an old woman laid a single white blossom into the hands of a child who would grow up to map currents and keep watch, a transfer of care and curiosity in one small gesture. The core's human need for closure and continuity produced the effect of ritual, the laying down of flowers, the telling of names, the quiet keeping of coordinates for those who would come after. Communities returned to their homes with the day's numbers logged, and the night's stories soft in their ears, knowing that some questions demand long listening. What they didn't yet know was how many more quiet acts of care it would take for the sea's full ledger to be read and understood by future generations. For now, history folded into hush, and the ocean kept the slow secret of its depths.